So this is how the final high poly model is looking like. And there were a few things that I had to redo or just adjust. But I'll go quickly through all the tools that I went through. So the slide is pretty much the same, like no edits on that one. So this process is quite useful because you have to go through all of your subtools again and double check every part collapsed, and it's quite useful. You can see any errors there, and like double checking is always like a good thing because these are quite complex parts and something can like be wrong. So basically, like the slide and the frame part, the only thing I did is just moved this cutout and this cutout slightly forward. I selected those together and moved them forward. It's the thing, you can do this during like when you are decimated. You just select the needed area and just move it. There's no problem in that because this is more accurate to the reference. So the frame is pretty much like straightforward, nothing too special. You can see that the beveling is a bit softer than on the metal slide, and as I mentioned before, I did it on purpose. So you can see this bevel, it's really soft around here, but you can still, like from this distance, you can read it. You can see that there's a bevel, and it's quite readable even on this level of softening. So another thing I had is the barrel. Somehow this distance was wrong, was off. It was not adjusted to this, so I had to re-dynamesh this barrel with this cutout fitting this thing, this chamber indicator. So the round is okay. Right, the magazine, I had to redo this part over here. As you can see, like the walls of the magazine, they're really thin, and this is like extremely like the lowest point of thickness you can go with like 3D object when you are going to bake this, because so you have to make sure that all of those parts are looking nice. And I think there will be another pass on like doing test bakes of this part, so that I will make sure that this like this wall over here, this thick part, will be looking good, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be okay. So the thing I did here is the angle of this top part was too sharp, and it was not the best case for baking, so I just like changed the this cutting tool. As you can see right there, these things were like narrower, and I can show you. Basically this was like this, and you can see it creates like really sharp angle over here, so I made this like 90 degrees, somewhat 90 degrees, right? So that's the thing. Okay, so here I had some couple adjustments as well. I did this part as well. The thickness of this part, I increased it because it was not looking too good when the walls were too thin. And this pattern, when I started to dynamesh and smooth this object, this middle section of the pattern started to be too blurry comparing to the guys on the sides, so I had to move out that pattern just a bit, and now it looks good. The next thing, here's how everything is okay. Right, the bolt, the buttons, plate, this part, Okay, let me just double check everything here. Yeah, everything. Yeah, also I had some thing over here, as you can see. This part had like a bulge at the end, and so just cut it off and moved this thing out. Nothing too special. And also trigger was the same, like the trigger and the safety of the trigger were combined into one object because I did not separate them with the like this arrow over here, and they like were collapsed into one object, so I had to recompute those, like separating them with this arrow thing, and now it looks good. So basically this is it. This is our complete high poly model, polished and like completed. We can go straight forward to Maya now using this high poly model and doing low poly on base of this. So let's go to the next step. So, okay guys, this is a message from the future, because when I did the low poly and the bake, I saw that one thing was missing, and basically it's this cutout. I had none of that, and when you move your slide backwards like this, there will be this ugly face that goes through this part. Now with this cutout over here, it looks proper. So further, when you'll be watching the low poly and bake part, this thing will be missing. But please do consider this thing, and when you're going to do the low poly, do the same thing here, just the same way as you do it alongside with me. But you will see this thing only on texturing, because it was stupid of me to forget this thing, but I need to do things properly. So such things can happen, and you should be able to do some edits even at the stage of texturing. So don't forget about this thing on low poly and unwrapping, and you will see this thing back again at the texturing process. And in addition to that, I've also updated the cartridge. You can see the primer is now looks better, because the primer has a smaller diameter, which is more accurate. It was too wide, so don't forget to change this thing as well. Okay guys, so now it's time to do the low poly model. So I'll start from the frame and make sure it's one polygroup and export it. Alright, now let's create new scene. This one's going to be clean, and import our guy in here. And here it is. Okay, so now let's do some organization. First of all, in this scene, I'm going to create the retopology. So I want to create couple materials that will indicate my high poly and low poly model. So create this material and name it high material, and I'll change the color to this reddish. Okay, and create another material, call it low matte, and the color will be default. Okay, so when you export stuff in Maya, the high poly model, first thing you want to do is to soften edges on like the whole mesh, because right now if I apply material high right there, and you can see right there that there are like you can see the edges, because ZBrush does not support soft edges, and you need to manually adjust this in Maya. So just select the object, and I have it right here. Click on soft edges. You can find this at mesh display, soft edges. You can see the mesh turns the color of the edges. That means that it's completed. Now you can see here it's nice and smooth. Okay, so I will turn off the grid, and right now I want to group this object right here, and Control G to group the object and call it high poly. Okay, now like I want to name this high poly object, which is going to be H for Handgun 01 high, like this. The prefix high is really important here, or a suffix, excuse me. Anyway, like the word high in the end, it's really important, because when I'm going to export this part into Marmoset, Marmoset will automatically adjust all of your meshes according to the this indication over here. So here it is. And one thing I want to do more is to create a new layer. Select the group, not the mesh, but the group, and create a new layer with selection, and set it to reference like this. So now you cannot select this mesh. You can select it right here, but in the viewport you can't do that. It's also really handy. So now let's save the scene. Let's call it scene. I usually call it retop for retopology. All right. So now let's drop the low poly meshes here and start doing our mesh. So let's go back into ZBrush, select the Boolean scene, and let's select the frame folder right here and control arrow up to the very beginning. And now what I also would like to do is to hide everything and then unhide this folder. And now open the folder, and let's export these guys one by one. So export this one, import Okay, so at this point, normally, if I had another object, I would actually not do anything else. I would just go one by one of these things and just cut it in Maya. And that's why I was talking about like considering your poly count on the high poly stage, because at this point right here, obviously this amount of edges is not enough for this like curvy shape. And I could do this, but it's much harder for this like soft and curved shape to be adjusted with a big amount of polygons and edges and vertices. It's much easier to be edited when it has that little amount of poly. So right now I need to see which parts require more polygons for now, because as you can see here, when I select this mesh, the only thing that actually is intact is this grip and the back and the front grip part, and like this, like the butt part here. Everything else on the front is going to be cutted or added and deformed. It doesn't matter. But right now I need to add more polygons on here. So in order to make it smoother and be more correspondent to the high poly model. So let's select faces and delete this bottom cap right now for easier controlling. And let's just turn on the symmetry, because the grip part is symmetrical. And let's start adding more edges just right here by beveling. Just double checking. Okay, so hit bevel. Okay, as you can see, I cannot do it more because it hits some restrictions. So over here at this point, so I'll Control Z, deselect these guys, and hit another bevel. Now it's a bit wider. Still not perfect. You can actually manually type in the number you need, but it can cause some artifacts at this point. Or there's like even a bit more lazy way to do this. Let's Control Z. I actually can drop a subdivision, one subdivision for this object. It's in mesh, smooth, apply, and we'll see how it's going to look like. Well, right now I need to pick like one method that I would like to choose between either growing edges on my own or applying a smooth and deleting unneeded edges right now. So I guess I'll do with deleting unneeded edges right now, because again, this part doesn't really matter because it's all going to be edited and deleted, but this part should be really smooth, and right now it's quite not bad. But the only thing is that I think it's too much over here. And okay, so let's isolate this guy and just double check it. Okay, again, let's apply material, low, and let's do it, let's soften all the edges, and just let's check it. So actually right here, I think it's not enough of the polys right there, because you can see the edginess over there. Well, okay, so I guess I'll go with this for now. I'll complete the whole model and then I will optimize this part, because it's really hard to judge it right now. So let's go with this for now, and let's go back in ZBrush. And right now what I'm going to do is just select every single tool that is cutting and import it in Maya and apply booleans, but in Maya. So let's go with this guy. And before I apply booleans, I tend to delete the supporting edges right there, because they are not needed anymore. So delete that. Okay, select the mesh. Now you can see why I did this layer. So the high poly is still there, but I can click on this and I'll be sure that I'm selecting the low poly. Also, I'm deleting the history all the time. Now let's select this and this mesh booleans difference, and something went wrong. What is that? On one side it went okay, but on the other, what the hell is that? That's the thing with booleans in Maya. They can be problematic sometimes. And right, I think it's because of this thing has a hole. Let's check it. No, mesh difference, still no. Okay, so at this point I can select only one side of this object right here and delete this. Turn off the symmetry right there. Hit delete. Now I have only the half of my object. Right here you can see it's not perfectly aligned, so select all the edges in the middle, scale them like this, and just align and snap them to the grid right there. Now it's perfectly centered. Now let's try this thing again. Now it worked, because the other side had some issues. I don't know which, but it had some. Make sure every time you apply a Boolean operation on this thing, delete history every time after that, because if you don't do this, at some points the whole mesh can crush, and that will be really bad. Okay, so right now let's examine and check if this mesh is completely symmetrical. If it is, it's even better and easier. Yeah, it is completely symmetrical except for this cutout right here. I can do this at the very end, but right now I can do all of those things only with one side. And right there, it's not symmetrical. Okay, so I'll keep in mind that. And let's go further. And it's really important to go in the same order as in ZBrush, because those cutting tools can be dependent on those tools that are adding before those, so make sure you go like in the order. So let's export this guy. Right here. Mesh, union. And something went wrong again. Come on. What is wrong with you? Okay, now it's definitely because we have a half. So what I'll have to, what is this? One, that's not correct. Delete this guy and extrude, snap it to this point. Okay. Have to manually adjust some of those parts. Now, yep, like this. As you can see right now, the mesh looks like a mess. That is okay, because I'll edit it later and it will have a nice look. So I moved the pivot point to the center of the coordinates. Now Control D and scale it, -1. Now let's merge those guys together and weld the points right there and fill this hole over there right now. Now I hope this gonna work correctly. And one more thing before that, turn off the high poly guy here. I want to increase the edges right there, like this, over here, and same over here, so that this part will be really smooth on the low poly, like that. Yeah, now we look good. Now select these guys and union. You can see it worked. Clear the history, apply material. Still looks like a mess, that's okay. Now let's go further. Am I using this one? No, I do not. Right, those were the temporary meshes. I had to delete those, but okay, so now let's export this big guy. Import. Here it is. This is going to be messy because of this parts over here, but I have no other choice. And I'm just checking what can be deleted. These guys, I don't need those. Those are supporting edges. You can, or you can leave it for later, this like cleanup part of the cutting meshes, because obviously it will translate the topology on your mesh. So you can take some time and do the cleanup of the cutting edge, of the cutting mesh, excuse me. So getting rid of those triangles there, right, like this, and like this. This part is not important. Whoops. This part is just a supporting edge. Well, those guys over there. Nope. Nope. Okay, just leave it like there. Like this. Okay, so I have this curved part over here. I want to make it more smooth. So delete this guy. Right now I'm going to bevel it. Right there. Just trying to make sure that the distance between the edges is quite the same. Unlike here, you can actually manually adjust that part. It is okay. I'm just going to double check it if it's like corresponding to the high poly. Now let's fix this part over here, which looks weird. Like so. Trying to be careful right here because welding the wrong vertex to the wrong, like another one, you can mess with the surfaces and they're not going to be perfectly flat as they are right now. Manually adjust this part over here. Like so. Okay, now without like wireframe, you can see like this part, it's quite good looking. Okay, so now select this guy, and mesh difference, and let's see the result. Well, it's actually looking not bad, at least this part over here. The rest is still a mess, but it's okay. I will fix that in later. Looking good. So let's go on with this fellow right here. Actually, like doing this kind of frame is the hardest part because as you can see, it's not perfectly like it will be much easier with the slide part because there will be no curved objects and kind of stuff like that. Okay, so I can see one problem over here because I had this part creased. I had just to delete that cap, but I did not. So what I'm going to do now is just hide this guy and try to align the mesh perfectly straight out there. So what I'm going to do is just trying to select this cap over here, not this one. And right there, deselect everything that is not needed and just scale it like so. So it will be perfectly straight. Now try to align it with the end cap right there. Like so. Well, yeah. It would be much better if I could do this from the very beginning, but I forgot. That's okay. I will actually try to snap it. Yeah, it snapped. You can see like this blurry thing going on there. Means that it is snapped. Another thing that I would like to do is to align. You can see this thing goes down just a bit. I wanted to fix some of the topology right there and set the height of this part straight. So right now I'm just target welding. I have my hotkey for target weld. It's on X. Just a small part from my 3ds Max passed. It's not by default in Maya, just my personal preference. Okay, so now let's select this top row over here and snap it on the height. Like so. Let's go to the side view, and yeah, now we're perfectly straight. That's good. And for better understanding, let's go and harden this edge like this. You can see the history on here, just delete it and save the scene. And at this point I'm trying to keep my outliner clean, so you have this kind of group, just delete it, unhide this last fellow right there, and let's do the same thing with him. Let's delete those supporting edges. I don't need, whoops, these are not supporting edges. You can see when I delete this one, something happens, so I keep it. Okay, and now I want to, I don't need these. No, I'll keep it. It turns topology into a mess. Okay, I'll just bevel this part like so. No, that's too much. 0.5 and 3. Yeah, that's looking much better. And manually adjust some of those guys right there, so that this object creates a nice curve. And those guys inside, because they are affecting the main mesh, like this, just arranging those so that they could look more like smooth. Okay, this looks fine. Select mesh difference, delete history, and just double check it. Okay, this looks somewhat okay. I'll fix this later. Right, I also don't like this part over here. That's because of I had no cap right there. So select these vertices and scale them along the axes like this, and snap them to this one like so. Yeah, now we're straight right there. Yeah, that looks better. Okay, let's go on. Select the next guy. This one's going to be tricky. Create some really weird form, and it's really low poly. This one's going to be really bad. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that if I apply the Boolean mesh on this one right now, it's not going to do a thing. So what I would like to do instead is to apply one subdivision and use it like that. For this, I will duplicate this mesh, Shift D, and just drop one subdivision. I did this because I want to maintain my creases, and delete. Now it looks somewhat there. Let's try it out. Export this guy. Yep, and delete this mesh. I don't need it in this scene. Delete this one. Import. Yeah, this looks a bit more promising. Difference. And well, yeah, this will require a lot of edits, but I think it did its job, so I'll keep it. Delete history, apply material. Again, this case right now and all the mess you can see here, this is like the toughest part of the whole mesh, and I promise you, like, the rest parts will be really much easier. This one is like the toughest one. So let's go on. This one is going on top. So export it. Mesh union. Okay, and delete history immediately. Let's go further. These are our bevels. Import. Difference, and it worked. This looks nice, actually. Really does. Let's go next. Same thing here. Nothing special. Okay, so now it's time for this trigger guard. Import, and let's double check this one because it's obviously too low poly. I want to make it much more smooth. So the obvious problem here is this, like, edge in the middle. Can add some serious amount of additional edges, right, like somewhat like this. This looks nice. I can even add more, but I want to keep the middle edge right there, so I'll go with 6, like so. And now I need to edit the side view because you can turn on the transparency and see where it's not on the right place. So right now I'm turning off the symmetry and snapping, and now just manually adjust those things better. Like so. Obviously we need more geometry in here. Okay, same thing here. I need more here for better transition. This one goes lower. Okay. This is actually a supporting edge right there. I don't need it. As well as here. Now go back into vertex mode and let's do some more adjustments. right there. Just adding more geometry, so it's going to look better. I don't quite like this part of it there. Oh, I'm messing something. Okay, I'll keep it like this for now. Right there. That's too far. We can actually also just select the edges and bevel. Like so. Okay, this looks somewhat okay. I don't like the way this part looks. Like it goes inward. This goes outward and this goes inward. This is weird. I guess I'll have to go manually with this. Like so. And here as well. Make sure your symmetry is turned on so that this thing affects both sides. Okay, now let's bevel this part. Like so, and this one as well. Move the vertices so that the distance between each segment is going to be pretty much the same. It's kind of important so that we use every vertex in its full potential, so that every edge will have its own purpose. It's kind of bad when you have like too much edges on one place, like stacked too close together, and at some other place you're just missing them. That's not good. So make sure you distribute those all evenly and they all make its own purpose. Like this. Okay. Let's go back into this, and it's really useful to just check your model at distance without wireframe and making sure that these lines are smooth and you cannot see the blocky parts. I can see the blocky part here. I'll bevel this part like this. Okay. So now let's attach those guys together. Like so. We're getting close. Now for this guy. Okay, union, low. Okay, now this cutout here for magazine release button. I can bet there's some supporting edges. Yeah, this one. No, none of those are there. Okay, and yeah, it's not rounded. Okay, so mesh difference. Yep, looks good. Let's go on. Why is there a button? All right, turn that off. And that's a plane, yeah. So at this point, you also need to figure out which part you want to be baked into the normal map and which part you want to make modeled. Like, as you can see, the next object is cutting this hole right there, and I'm not going to model this hole right here because the button sticks out, and the only thing that we'll see there is just like this small edge, and it'll be totally fine is if I bake this part over here, unlike these holes right here, because these guys I am going to model. And this part is really important because right now you are like checking which part is going to be modeled and which one is baked. And the easy way to figure this out is just try to align your mesh the way it's going to be looked in the first person view, like for example like this. And every part that you see here that is visible right there, you should do this modeled out. So I could like bake in those pins, but they will be looking much better if I bake them, not bake, just model them, and it will make a huge difference. And I'll show you that because at this side I think I'm going to bake these guys right there, but for this side I'm going to model it, and there will be a huge difference. And why I use this side, because this is a like game view side. The gun is usually is held in right hand, and this side you will see. I'm not going to model this thing because the button will stick out, but the pins are going just slightly inside, and this surface is angled, so it will be much better to model those things out. And it's like modern video game standards, they support that kind of amount of vertices, tree counts, and it's totally fine. So, and it's going to look really good. So let's go on. I'm skipping this guy over here. I'm doing this thing. Got some supporting edges right there. And messed topology right there with those triangles. Snap these guys over here and just weld it. Yeah, okay, now let's do the thing. Yeah, also we have also supporting guys right there. Yeah, this is how it. Another thing, you have this like hardened edges right there. For better like understanding the smoothness of this object, you can go into mesh display and soften hardened edges automatically, and most of the times it does it correctly. And you can see like there's not enough geometry there. I would like to bevel this part once at least, like this. Yeah, now it looks better. Still kind of a bit blocky, but this part of the gun is not going to be seen that much, so It's okay to do it like this. Difference. Okay. So let's go to the bottom part. Make sure you have this hole filled. Difference. Here we go. You can see that the form is getting there. Now for these guys. And you can see that this actually goes pretty fast. I'm just dropping the same meshes over there from ZBrush into Maya, and it's quite easy and fast. Make sure deleting history all the time. Let's go on. Okay, let's cut this big fellow here. Import. Hold on. I'm pretty sure we have supporting edges. Yep, right there. It's easier not to delete those, but just target weld. Right there. Control Z. Come on. Right there. Doing this thing at this point is just makes it easier in the future. So it's not necessary to do it right now, but just cutting at least some part of work that I will have to do. Okay, this is not actually a supporting edge. This actually like does something to geometry and to the main shape, to the silhouette. So let's keep it. This guy is actually supporting. Okay. Yeah, now we're okay. Now we're good. Now let's do the difference. Turn off the submit. Turn off. Delete history. Every time you do this, believe me, this is really important. Okay, now it's time for these guys. Okay, I want to double check the high poly model and see if I really need to bake those guys in or not. Well, this thing actually changes. Well, when you disassemble the gun, and it has that deepness over there, so I'll model it. The only question is for these guys, do I want to bake them in or model them out? Because this guy is definitely going to be modeled because it's like really curvy shape, and it's not going to look good when this surface is flat. So the only question is for these guys and this one little guy over there. And I guess I'll bake this one, but I think not these guys. These guys are going to be modeled as well. Okay, so let's go back, make sure it's one polygroup, and export it. We have these guys, select them, mesh, difference. I will fix this guy later. Right now it looks good. Okay, let's go on. And this guy. is. We're getting close to an end. Difference. Okay, this guy over here. Well, I'm actually going to keep it this guy for now. I'll tell you why just a bit later. And this one last guy here. Whoops. Import. Delete this edge. Now, like this. Okay. And now, as I said, I'm going to keep this guy for now like this. And what I want to do is just to export this guy just one more time. Import right there. I'll keep those guys together for now. And this shape you can see here, we applied all of the meshes we had. And right now, the main work to be done is to clean this mess up and make sure we don't have Handguns and all that kind of stuff. And right now, this model is actually symmetrical. So what I'm going to do now, just to double check that all of this is going to look properly, I'm going to delete the half of this model. Because, yeah, of course I can use symmetry right here, but oftentimes this thing is not 100% reliable. It can mess things up just a bit, so like the best way is just to delete the half of the model. And before that, I need to make sure that I have the edges all around it straight in the middle. So what I'm going to do now is just go all the way around the model, connect those parts. You can see it turned green because the history was not deleted and the material broke. That's okay, just delete the history and apply new material. Now connect, what was that? Yeah, I selected too much. Connect these guys over there. Make sure you have a straight line just in the middle of your whole mesh. This is really important. So same thing right here, connect this. It's not connecting because we have an extra edge there, and I'm going to fix that just by doing what I have here is just like two vertices really close to each other. So, and okay, have this face right there, and I think I deleted, yeah, I deleted it. So I delete this again, select the whole connect it, delete, connect those guys. Another way to do this, you can select multi-cut tool, select this, hit Control Shift, and you can see it creates a 90 degrees angle right there. Just release it, and now you can connect again. Okay. Now let's follow this line further. Make sure we have this line all the way. I need it also here. Connect. delete history. And connect. Okay. Messed a bit right there. You can just connect those and snap them to the middle part. That's okay. So grid topology is most of the times the most boring part, but actually also the most important, one of the most important ones. So the optimization of your model depends on this process. So you have to be really cautious and paying attention to the details. You can see some crazy shit happening right there. Zoom in really close. Try, no. Come on, guys. Give me that reach. Like this. Yeah. Yeah. Now connect. Now snap to the center. I need this line to be perfectly centered. Yep. Okay, let's go on. Connect. Right there. Okay, so we have the straight line over here, and same thing should be done for the back part. Same thing here, go weld. Okay, so connect these guys. All right, select this one and this one. Okay, almost done. We're almost there. Okay, right there. I think we're done. So let's go to the top view, isolate this guy, and symmetry is turned off, and select the faces right there. Make sure we selected all the needed faces, nothing extra, nothing like more than we don't need. Okay, now delete it, and I can see we have still some problems. I deleted more over here. That's okay, that's no problem. And also I was not connecting like the inside of those holes, but that's totally fine as well. That's okay. So I'm going to delete these guys and weld together those fellows right there, and extrude this guy and bridge. Same thing here. Bridge. Yeah, we're good. Okay, yeah, this looks nice. So now I have one half of the grip. Delete the history, Control S for saving the scene, and right now I'm going to go from vertex to vertex and clean everything up so that it will look nice and clean without n-gons. We have only polygons and triangles, nothing more. Everything is going to be connected and looking nice. So I tend to start from one part and go like all the way to another part. So let's start from this part right here. Guess I'm not going to be talking too much at this point, so you can see I'm welding all those vertices that don't make any difference in terms of geometry and the main silhouette. And also I'm avoiding concave polygons. Somehow I cannot connect these guys. Why? Yeah, I cannot, because this is a bad thing about Maya. Sometimes you just can't do the operation you want it to do. And you can see here, right, I can see now. I'm double clicking. You can see it has the long edge on top of those small edges, and this part is really tricky. Yeah, you can see that this is kind of bad. So in order to clean this, what I'm going to do is select this vertex over there and over here, as well as here, and now I'm going to fill this hole and now connect right there. Now it's gonna work. Yep. Now just weld. Okay. So this crazy looking part. Come on. And as more information stores on the history of this object, the slower target weld and multi-cut is going to work, which is kind of bad. So every once in a while, just go back into object mode and delete the history. Alt-Shift-D. And sometimes you should double check the high poly model and make sure you do everything correct. I don't need this thing here. Okay, so we have this weird looking part right there. Let's check how it looks on the high poly. So I don't need this edge here. Like this. See this artifact right here? I can bet we have some, yeah, we have two vertices over here. And if you weld those together, yeah, the thing disappears right there. Again, just double check all the things. Oh, keep those vertices that create the silhouette, because those vertices were designed in the high poly stage, and with those cutting tools that you did. So all the rests can be target welded because they are not necessary. They're not making any silhouette changes. Try to avoid really thin triangles as much as possible. And this messy thing. So right now I'm just optimizing the mesh as much as possible. Trying to retain the silhouette with the least amount of triangles. I don't like this part here. Also, once in a while, you can apply soft and hardened edges just by default. This is not the case. It did worse. Okay, so in order to manually fix like these issues you can see here, because right now, after I'm done with the cleanup, I'm also going to set up my soft and hard edges. At this point, it's really important. So in order to see those like a bit easily, just shift and right click, hold soft and hardened edges and toggle soft edge display, and now you can see every line that is dotted, it's soft edge, and the hard edge is just straight line. So you can see right there we have a soft edge. Yep, now it looks good. At this point, I'm also fixing the hard edges and soft edges. This is another topic to talk about, and I think I will cover it just a bit later, but just in general terms, the more soft edges you have, the better. Like, the ideal mesh for baking is when you don't have any hard edge at all. But obviously it's not possible in most cases because the shading is going to look bad. And I am going to talk about shading just a bit later and what it is and why it should look good. But for now, I'm trying to maintain as much soft edges as possible, and I'm putting hard edges on those parts that are logically hard on our object, like where you can see the seam on the object. I try to keep that part with the hard edge. Okay, this place here is really messy. Whoa. try to make the flow smoother. I don't need that really thing. I don't need these guys at all, as well as these. I will need some editing right here. The surface is not flat enough, curved enough. That is a subject for editing. Okay, so definitely need some part edited here as well. So let's put the hard edge on here. Make this line more curved. This part is quite tricky, so I have to manually move the verts around. I don't like this bump over here. Also, it's quite useful to pay attention to tree count right here. So right now it's 2.5k triangles. Obviously it's going to be 2 times more because it's only the half. Just for like general statistics, it's still quite a lot. Well, it's still okay actually. The main purpose in doing guns is to maintain flow so that every shape would look smooth and not edgy, and that's the number one priority, not the poly count. So I can afford a bit extra polys at some point just to make the surface look better. For example, like here. Okay, I don't need these guys. No, this one is needed. What I'm trying to preserve right here is the shading of the model. You can see right there those kind of artifacts. I'm trying to make sure that the mesh looks smooth as possible in terms of light reflections. Like here, you can see it flawless right there. And I try, like the more trickier place we have, the more attention I should pay to that area, so that it's actually quite a big topic to talk about, because how normal map is working. It basically takes like the shading you already have, and when you bake, it just like compensates this shading and applies like high poly information on top of that. So the best condition is when you have flawless shading without normal mapping, so that your normal map would look really smooth without any gradients, and that is the best result, because gradients are bad in terms of when, for example, you compress your texture and for example, you have your gun in a game engine, you send this model to game engine and you send your textures. Most of the times when you use like Marmoset or something, it's going to be fine, but in games textures are compressed, and while this compression happens, normal map with those gradients on it can suffer a bit, and it can cause even more artifacts on those places. So that gradient will cause shading problems on the mesh. So in order to avoid that thing, you should do the best shading without normal maps as you can. So, like in a couple words, this is how it works. So right now I'm trying to figure out this place over here so that it could look really nice. And I'm doing this just by adding some more vertices and adjusting hard edges and soft edges. As I said before, the more soft edges you have, the better, because every hard edge means that you have to cut your texture at that exact place, and that's not always the good part, because you can actually see a tiny seam on the place of the hard edge, while with soft edges you don't have that seam. So like doing low poly is kind of a balance between all of those parts, like soft and hard edges, shading. These are all really important parts. Right there. This one is actually rounded, which is not in my okay. Another thing is when you have this flat surface like over here, which is bordered with hard edge, you can actually do those small triangles. It's going to look fine as long as this surface is flat. Getting to know the shading and how this thing works comes with experience of doing models, and you can't get that from the first try. Okay, just filling those Handguns. Well, this area seems to be kind of a clear right there. There's a great tool in Mesh Cleanup, and you can check and uncheck some options you want to select. For example, the most important is faces with more than 4 sides, and select, not cleanup. If you check the cleanup, it will fix the mesh on its own. That's not what you want. You need to be those faces just to be highlighted. So select, and you can see it selects all the problematic faces. What I can see here, I just can select all the vertices and weld. Merge them. And somehow there's a bug in this, and if you click apply once, it will show the previous result. You can click apply again, and it will hide those that you fixed. So now we can see the actual information right here and right there, and this face as well, and this one, because it's quite impossible to get the track of all faces that you're looking for, and this tool helps a lot. I'll move it to the second monitor. Okay. Why? The green vertice, I'm not sure where's that. Usually it's okay if I have those. Okay, this area does not look really good. In order to make this part look okay, I'll have to create this extra edge that will not actually serve the purpose of silhouette, but will serve the purpose of connecting vertices so that the shading would be kept good. Something like that. Like so. This looks good. Well, you can see the front part is almost done. Right, we have some issues right here. And soft edge over here is required. Okay, yeah, the front part is okay, except this thing. Whoops. Okay, so this part is quite not good looking, so I'll have to weld this guy over here. This is like rarely seen part in the gun, so I can afford myself to do that. Connect. Okay, so let's clean this place up. You can see the main edge over there. This is like the main shape former, if you can call it like that. And I'm going to stick to that edge most of the time. So now I just clean this part up. Like so. I don't need these guys at all. These vertices are the result of that subdivision I applied for the frame mesh. Now I have to clean that up. Okay. Guess I don't need this. Keep it like this. I know this guy gives the form, so this actually is a polygon, so it's okay, but still there are some issues with, yeah, sometimes the best decision is just select all the vertices and hit weld. You can see there was 71, now it's 70, so somewhere they are too close together and I just welded those. It's okay. Again, as you go through this, don't forget to adjust your soft and hard edges. It's really important. Let's go. I think I can actually, do this and keep this triangle right there. Yep, it's good. Okay. Let's go on with, nope. Just welding those guys together. No, right there. I don't need none of that. because this surface should be flat. None of those guys are affecting our silhouette, so that's okay. So I guess at this point I'll speed up the process because I think I explained enough of this process. So the rest of this thing will be handled pretty much the same way, nothing too special here. And after the speed up, I'll be able to explain the details I've done. So let's go Okay, so this is how the final mesh of the frame looks like. I had several adjustments done here. For example, these holes, I redid those because I decided that 12 edges will be enough. So also some things worth mentioning, like here I've created this extra bevel right there for better shading. If I delete this thing, you will see how much worse the shading became. See there, like Control Z, and here it is. Like, supporting edges are working for shading as well as for when you want to subdivide your mesh. So supporting edge is pretty much doing the same thing in terms of shading. So now it looks good. Anything else to mention? So yeah, when I finished this thing, I duplicated the mesh and flipped it on the other side, welded together, and then did this cutout over here and added this thing on top of that. And well, this is pretty much it. So the only thing left is to organize this mesh. So Control G, Lowpoly, and name this thing according to the high poly. So the same name, but at the end low. Now when you export it, the program will understand what is that, and it will tie those two meshes together. So the next thing is going to be the slide, and it's going to have pretty much the same workflow. So let's go back into ZBrush, select our slide, export. Same thing here, assign material, apply soft edges like this, and send it to correct folder. Here it is, and give it a proper name. So it's number 2. Alright, and now we cannot select it because it's in the group that is in the layer, which set to reference. Alright, so, and same process is going to be here. So let's hide this folder, select slide folder, select this guy, close the folder, move it on the second position, and same thing, let's go from the very first one till the end, and the process is going to be pretty much the same. And I think I'll guide you just from the start, and then it's going to be pretty much the same. So I think I will speed it up again at some point. Okay, so let's go and set the material, and let's delete supporting edges right there, right here. Whoa. Is my symmetry turned on? Oh no, it's because, yeah, they are connected underneath. That is okay. So delete. In order to avoid this mess over here, what I'm going to do is just select the bottom faces and delete those, and just fill this gap with a single Handgun like this. Okay, so I think we're good with this guy. So let's go in terms. in turns. Same thing here. Okay, so I can hide the frame for now. I don't need this. And same thing for the high poly. Now let's do just the way I was doing it before. So this is our outer shell, as you can see. I don't need this and this. All right, as well as this. No, this one is needed. Like so. And also these guys are supporting. Don't need those. Right. Whoops. I think I'm pretty okay with this amount of edges on this place because this is really important part. And in order to get better view at this, I'll just select these guys over there and set them to soft edges like this and just check how it looks. Well, you will be able to see it this close of the gun and it looks smooth for me at least. Looks fine. So yeah, I'll keep it like this. Let's go on. All right. So, okay, let's merge those guys. And yeah, here's another issue. Maya somehow does not like those faces that overlap and have exactly the same coordinates, and those surfaces are perfectly aligned, and sometimes it like messes this place and just deletes some parts. That's okay. In my case, it's fine. And as you can see, there's still a problem because I select all the edges and I try to fill the hole and it fails because something is wrong with this. So I'll just try to delete some forms and see if it's gonna fix the problem. I don't need those guys. Let's try Bridget. Yeah, now we're good. Delete history, apply material. Looking good. Until I'm not finished with cutting all the shapes, I tend not to like edit the optimize the shape, because you might do some extra work that will be cut it out later. So okay, so you can see that this process is going to be pretty much the same, and I think I'm going to speed up this process as well, so that in the end with this shape I'll come back and give some tips and important. I'll explain some important places on this shape, but for now it pretty much the same process. So let's go and speed it up and go back later. Okay, so this is how the low poly slide looks like. I had to do some adjustments. First of all, this area right there, I had to go back to my Boolean scene over there and just expand this form further, because there was this ugly place. And the thing is that this place is going to be actually deleted because I don't need it, and it's not going to be exposed in any way, but there are areas like here, and that thing was visible like at this point. So I had to move this thing like more into front. Okay. So as for any other things, so this is pretty much the same process. Nothing too special. For example, about the shading. So as you can see right now, I'm trying to do the soft and hard edges on my low poly stage so that everything could look smooth already, and also the hard edges are going to be like the seams on UV, so I'm thinking ahead about this. And again, I'm trying to make as much soft edges as possible and put the hard edge only at the place where the actual bevel on the high poly. So you can see here, so we have this hard edge over here, and it is same way on the high poly. Okay, so place those hard edges smartly, and try not to put them in not appropriate places. Also, for better things at shading, I've added this edge loop right there. You can see this one, because this helps with shading. And if you can see, like right there, this place looks pretty smooth. If I delete this edge loop right there, you can see like those issues are starting popping up, and that's bad. So in order to make this part soft edges, I had to add another edge loop, and that's okay because this part is going to be visible. It's going to be right in front of your face when you are going to be aiming or something like that. So this part, this area of the gun is really important. So it's okay to add some extra triangles, but to make sure that the shading is going to be nice and smooth. All right. So same thing here for these cylinder cutouts. This is the way I do this part. So if you I like added some more triangles on purpose here because the smaller those triangles are right here, the better it looks. For example, if I just save some triangles and try to expand those over there, you will see that we have now issues right there. That's bad. I'm trying not to do that. With this extra edge loops, it looks good. The thing over here is not the same because the surface is flat, so I can afford doing this thing with like those triangles. This is like curved surface, so I have to do that extra edges. So what else? Well, I guess it's pretty much it. So you can see that I also placed this mesh under low poly folder, named it accordingly to the high poly model. Both models are already 6,300 triangles. That is completely okay for modern video game standards. That's awesome. That's great. That's far from too much. That's great. So as you can see, the most complicated parts are done, and I'm going to move on to magazine and barrel and small details. And they're going to be pretty much the same process. So let's go jump into that thing. So for the rest of the parts, I'm going to speed up the process as well, and I'll go back to you guys at the very end and emphasize some details or special parts or anything that I had to edit at some point, and I will comment on that. But for now, let's go into the speed up version and let's meet at the end of the topology. So this is how the final low poly mesh looks like. I will comment on each part for now. And so the frame is pretty much the same, but with few exceptions. I've added some more edges right here so that this angle could look like more smooth out here. Okay. So another thing, when you're done with low poly mesh, it is really cool to always use cleanup, as I showed before. So to double check that like every part is okay, so select everything and click apply. It removes the highlight, turns everything like gray. That means it is okay. I'm not sure what those red dots mean, to tell you the truth, but it is okay. So let's go on. And with the slide, I had some edits with the slide. I had to add this part over here because during the period of doing low poly mesh, I noticed that like this part was missing, and I double checked it on the reference, which is right there. Yeah, you can see that like this, there's no like empty space or a window, so I had to add this thing over here. So I did both things on high poly and low poly. So this is how the high poly now looks like. The edit was pretty much easy. So you go into Boolean scene first, like hide this guy. Slide. Yeah. So you go into Boolean scene, adjust what you need to do. In my case, I've just moved slightly the face of this box, like to the left, and applied booleans, and did pretty much the same process on this scene. So, and same thing on the low poly. So now it looks correctly. So let's go. As you can see, you can see that the whole gun has 11,000 triangles, which is actually quite okay. Though I went a bit over the top at some places. For example, this part over here, those things are not necessary, but I just thought that they would stand out pretty much better. So like they do create this silhouette, and I think it will look much better with these things. And also, like, I went a bit crazy with like smoothness over here as well as here. Just make sure that you have like corresponding edges that create like one shape, so that like it's not like here the edges are arranged in one way and here they are in another. That's bad. That always sticks to your eye, and you can see that this looks bad. So for this button over here, as you can see, there's only one button, and I went crazy on the poly count for this because it stands out and like it has this exposed edges. So I just had to make sure it's super smooth. And it's only one. On the other side there is no, because we don't need another one. This is a separate mesh. It is not a part of another mesh, so I need only one. And after I'm done, we've done baking, I'll just duplicate it and mirror it on this side, and that'll be enough. Same thing for those pins, like right here and right there. I don't have them on this side because I will just flip them, and that's it. Also, for those holes, I was going to like fill those holes over here just to save some polys, but actually this is not necessary in terms of poly count. And also it'll be much easier if I'll leave those on both sides, so that I can reuse this part over here. So I decided to keep those on both sides. Okay, so what else? Let's go through all the meshes. Oh, and by the way, as you can see, if there is a part of a model that is not actually visible, for example, this like face that faces the gun, you can delete it. And actually, you can also delete this because it's not going to be visible. There's not a single angle in which you can spot that hole. It's completely okay. So for example, if you have this button on the other side, there's an emptiness because we don't need to waste area for texturing. So we need to use every pixel on the texture properly, so not wasting any geometry. Also, I'm pretty much sure that I'm going to delete this guy. Just checking. Well, I guess. Okay, for the barrel, I'm not sure. I'll keep this for now. I can just make this island on texture really small, just to double check. I'm not going to delete this geometry, but I'm going to make it really small on texture, so there will be no hole in there. So what else? The magazine. Right. For there's another thing about holes. If you have like this thing with mag, so when you have this kind of situation, and right there on high poly there's a hole, but this hole is covered with an actual magazine. So there's no need to model out that hole. I just capped it and it will bake on itself pretty much good. So there's no need to model that. Okay, so 20 pieces, not that much. As well as here, I did not model the hole for this glowing cylinder over here because it will be baked. And for these guys as well, I was not doing this step pattern. I just made it like this way, but I had to make sure that the shading was proper, so I had to add some, not to add, but to play with the topology in order to make sure that the shading looks good, which is, for now, this looks not bad. So you should avoid like big, like those big long artifacts through whole, like through big face. That's bad. Like this shading is okay. So what else? So for the low poly, I guess that's it. So the low poly is done. Now this thing should be unwrapped and packed. But before that, I'll save the scene. Before that, there's one more thing that I would like to talk about and to edit. Let's go back to the high poly model, and I want to create some multiple materials for this. Well, as you can see, also those black materials are result of exporting from ZBrush. I mean, importing from ZBrush, you can just delete those, that's no problem. So I'll create blend material, do different color, for example, blue. It's going to be called low 2. Go to another blend material and create another material, which is going to be called low 3. Another material, different color, low 4, and the last one with a different color, low 5, like this. So I have some additional materials. Why I did those? Because not all meshes on the high poly are single meshes. At some places where I'm having like this kind of mesh, it has some extra mesh inside of it. Just searching for an example for you. Nope. Well, actually, another thing to mention. Well, the gun's supposed to have the spring inside, right there, but it is not seen when the gun cycles. So I had no need to model the spring. Okay, so let's go. Right, this place over here. As you can see, we have two objects right there, but they are, where is it? but they are in one, they are combined into one mesh. That's because it's going to be baked on one mesh on the low poly, and the detail from this one and both this one is going to be baked on the low poly mesh. So, which looks like this, right? So in order to do this properly, I want to add some identification for two materials so that I could have an ID map afterwards. So what I'm going to do is to go into face mode and right, I cannot do this, turn off reference. Yeah, now we can select faces, double click on this mesh. You can see that the whole mesh is selected. Right click and apply different material, low 2. Now we have two materials. It's still one mesh, but it has different colors, and now we'll be able to pick that information on the baking process. Okay, so let's go on. Guess I had more of those. The bullet, exactly. So same thing over here. Low 3 and low 4. Okay. So right, the mag is the same. This one is, yeah, this one's the same. Right here we have this thing. We have a bolt over here. Oh, exactly, the bolt. I did the some adjustments to this bolt. As you can see, like the walls of this bolt are tapering towards inside of the magazine, because this like part is going to be barely seen at any like angle. Probably will never see this part of the gun, but still there's a bolt, and I decided that it's better to just bake it out. So when you have this tapering, and if you look like straight onto this thing, you have this transition, and if you had like this straight wall over here, this transition would look like not that good. It will be just straight, and the information could be lost. So whenever you bake something in like bolt or cap or pin or whatever, make sure you have some information if you just look straight up onto this. So same thing, let's do this material stuff. Like that. No, actually. I'd better do all different colors. Okay, because sometimes I'm just too lazy to do multiple materials, and then I suffer from that. Okay. Okay, one last thing over here. As you can see, there's a bolt in here as well. And I'm going to bake it in like this. And now we're done. Yeah, okay. So now everything looks proper. Let's go back to this thing and hide the high poly. Delete history just in case. Save the scene. So okay, now we have high poly ready for baking. We have low poly with proper poly count and adjusted shading with hard and soft edges. The only thing left is to unwrap this guy and pack. Then we're going to bake it. So let's go into the unwrapping part. Okay guys, so before we go into any kind of unwrapping, I want to show you this quick example and to make things more clear. So why we place hard and soft edges at certain areas and how those things are unwrapped. So I'll hide this one. So here are 4 examples. Let me open UV editor right there so that you could see. Right. Okay, so here are 4 examples. We have 2 all hard edges meshes, and we have 2 all soft edges meshes. So the first example, it is one single UV shell, so no cuts, and it's all hard edges. The second example is the same. We have all hard edges. However, anywhere we have a hard edge, we have a cut on a UV. So it has separate UV shells. Okay. Now we have this guy, which is all soft edges, and it's all on one UV shell. All right. And we have this guy, which is a bit more interesting. This is same, all soft edges. You can see this. And it also on the same UV shell. However, we have a slight bevel over here. So let's go, let's go over shading. So as you can see, the shading is pretty much the same on this and this guy. These two are same shaded because hard edges everywhere. Those 2 guys. So though they are all soft edges, we can see like this really crazy shading artifacts on this guy because normals projecting from each face are trying to calculate the way this mesh should look like. And because there is not enough data, because we have only these faces, it goes like in this crazy way. So, and we'll see later how it's going to look like on baking. So right here, if you want to get rid of those artifacts because they affect normal map when you bake, you might like to create a slight bevel. So if you have this artifact, you just add an extra edge loop along like problem face, and you'll see like and you'll see how the mesh is going to like look better because the transition between 2 faces is going to be with third face, and the normals are going to be average between those faces. And the result in shading is going to be much better. So this is like advantage of Maya, for example, because in 3ds Max, this mesh would still look quite bad, like this one, because Max has different shading algorithm. So Maya is a bit better with this, and that's why I use Maya for my weapons, because the shading is much better. So, okay, we have these examples. Let's see how the baking looks on all of them. So, these guys are already baked, and this is the normal map. So, as you can see, the first guy, right here, all single UV shell and all hard edges, and you can see that this is really bad result because we have this ugly nasty seam over here, because if we have one single UV shell and we have a hard edge along this UV shell, it will always be with this seam. So it is like 100% no for any case. You should not do this at any time. So this is like the main rule. No hard edges along single UV shells. This result is the best actually, because you have each face a separate UV shell. We have none of those ugly seams, and the normal map looks somewhat like this. We have these two gaps between UV shells. So if you have a 90 degrees angle on your model, you would definitely like to place a hard edge, because if you place a soft edge, you will have this really bad shading stuff. You place a hard edge and you cut it. You cut it into two separate UV shells. That's another like main rule. If you do that, this would look good, and the normal map is going to be looking like this. The third result is obviously really bad because of this crazy shading. While baking normal maps, the baker tries to compensate this shading while adding the high poly details. So, like, I actually did not show you. This is the high poly mesh, basic cube with like chamfered edge, nothing too special. So the normal map works as a compensator for this crazy, not crazy, but it works as a compensator for any kind of shading we have on a low poly. And then on top of that compensation, it adds the details of the high poly. So you can see that the normal map right here looks really like crazy. We have tons of gradient over here because we have this shading, and the baker tries to compensate that. And this is the result. The result is pretty bad. We can even here see that we have still some kind of artifacts on edges and all kind of stuff. So whenever you have 90 degrees angle, or you have really nasty looking shading, you don't want to leave it like that, because on the baking it will leave you these really bad results. So the final example is, for example, if you want to make this thing like one single UV shell, because, for example, this is a really important part for texturing and you don't want to have this cut on textures. So the way to solve this problem, you just add more geometry. So at this point you can add a bevel over here, and you will be able to go with one UV shell. And the normal map would look like this. You still have a bit of gradient, but it's not that severe as here. Now, like in general thing, the perfect normal map is actually this. I would explain you why. So you can see that all of the surface of this face is perfectly colored with the color of background, so there's like no compensation in here. It's just flat information, and the only like color information we have is just on edges. So that's the best result. Why so? Well, because when you, for example, are doing your asset for a video game and you drop your normal map into engine, all kind of engines, they do compressing of textures. And compressing of textures means the quality of this texture drops. And right now, if you do your asset for yourself, it's completely okay. You can go with gradients or something like that. But when you're compressing the texture, the gradient can lose some data. And this lost data on the gradients will be shown in the final look of your asset. So when you don't have gradients right here, it's a flat color. So when you compress your texture, the flat color will still maintain the flat color, and you will not have any kind of artifacts on this face. However, if you have even slight gradient, you might have some problems. This case is pretty much okay. The gradient is really slight, and I don't think there's going to be like a huge visible problem. But if you want to go perfect, this is the way. So like to summarize all of this, those two bottom options are your goes. These are don'ts. That's for sure. Like, don't do this and don't do this at any time. Like, crazy gradient is bad, and hard edge along UV shell is also really bad. So like doing so in this case, when you placing your hard and soft edges, you also should think how you're going to unwrap all of this, whether you want to do it in a single UV shell or you want to cut and place a hard edge over there. So you should go between. You should find a perfect balance between this kind of look and this one. So if you want to place a soft edge between UV shells, that's completely okay, but not the hard edge. So basically, all modeling, the low poly, unwrapping, and placing hard and soft edges is a way of finding balance between these two guys. Whether you have a perfectly flat face that is cut from all the sides and it's a single UV shell, it's perfect. If you want to maintain your UV shell, because when you cut your model into a lot of different separate UV shells, it's kind of like hard to texture it because the seams between textures will be visible. So you want to maintain like as much as possible single UV shells. However, you should be able to find this balance between single UV shells and those cuts that you have to put. So like general rule is just put your hard edges and cut your UV shells when you have 90 degrees angle, that's for sure, because even on the high poly you will have this like transition between those faces and it will look really good. So in any other cases, you should think like ahead and try to find this balance between hard and soft edges. So being said, let's go into unwrapping now, knowing this information. Okay, so for the unwrapping, I'm going to use UV layout, this software, and I'm not going to just like export the mesh into a layout. I'm going to use the bridge between layout and Maya, this plugin over here. This is like really handy tool because UV layout does not support FBX export, and if you export with OBJ, your hard and soft edges will be locked, and when the mesh goes back, you will have to unlock your hard and soft edges, and it will like it will be collapsed. So it is really cool tool over here. So in order to install this plugin, you run the program, click here, and there's a button install Maya plugin, and just select your plugin folder for Maya and click install here. I'm not going to do this because it's already installed, so I'll close this here. So when you have the plugin installed, you have this shelf over here, and the process I'm going to take with unwrapping is somewhat different than other people do, because I could use hard edges on mesh to cut the UVs by hard edges, and then just flatten all the other meshes, not UV islands, right, but I tend not to do that. What I like to do is just go mesh by mesh, select like this guy for example, run UV layout, set this thing to new UVs, so that if you drop this file into the program, the UVs will be like brand new. It's not going to, if you click edit and if you have some UVs already, you will be able to edit those. But if you have new, even though if you will have the UVs, if the new is activated, it will collapse your UV and create new. Okay, so anyway, click new and click here, send mesh. What this thing will do is basically send this guy, make sure you selected this guy, it will send your guy into the UV layout program. Somehow it's taking too long. Right, here we are. Okay, so now you have this. The navigation in this program is quite the same as in Maya. So why I do this, and I will manually now cut all the UV islands. Why I do this? Because I will move Maya scene. Right now, you should not touch this guy. Don't do any adjustments, because if you do, and you will try to send this guy back to Maya, it will fail. So you can select it, but don't do anything else. So what I'm going to do now is drop Maya on my second screen, and in my main screen I'm going to cut this mesh into UV islands based on hard edges. And in this case I will just double check every corner of this mesh. You can see, like in my process, I try to double check all my actions from previous stage of modeling. For example, when I do retopology, I double check the high poly. So, and you can actually find some errors. And I'm 100% sure that when I'm going to start like UVing this guy, there will be errors. For example, randomly placed hard edge or whatever. There will be problems. So like this process is really useful to spot any kind of errors you have made. So every next stage is going to be double checking the previous stage. The same thing is going to be actually with the baking process. When you're gonna bake, you will also double check the low poly and all the kind of stuff. So right now I'm going to move Maya to my second screen. If you have second screen, please do that. And on my main screen, I'm going to cut my mesh and double check the hard edges on my second screen. So let's start. So if you don't know how to navigate this program, you just it's pretty much the same as Maya. You can place a cursor over an edge and click C, which means it's going to cut at this place. So this place I don't need to double check, because it's obviously has hard edges on like on this part. There's a general rule for me: if I have 90 degrees angle between faces, there's gotta be hard edge, because the shading will go wrong. So it's pretty easy. Whenever you have 90 degrees, there's going to be a hard edge. That's the rule. So I don't need to double check this. So at this position, when you circled circled like group of faces, now you can do two things. You can hit D, for example, like this, like hover your cursor over this island and hit D, which will drop this UV island into UV space. here it is. Go back to 3D, or no, to ED, right? And or but if your like UV island is not circled perfectly, if there's like one edge missing, you will drop the whole thing. And so to double check this and make sure you did everything correctly, there's another way to do this. If you're like selecting big amounts, like not amounts but big UV islands with a lot of faces, you can do the same thing and now hit enter. And now you see that this thing like detaches correctly. And now you can hit D like this. So now this is going to take some time. I tend not to start from like some part in particular. Just selecting the edges whenever I see those and just double checking them on my in my Maya scene, just to make sure that there's no error and hard edge and soft edge are placed correctly. So let's, nope. Oh, okay, so if you want to undo this, you click not C but W, which means weld, C for cut and W for weld. So cut this guy and hit enter, drop. So I already found some errors right here. You see this hard edge, I don't need that. Well, it's not going to do some problems actually at this place because this thing is straight surface, it's not curved or bended or something. So at this point this is going to be okay, but it is a good general rule to have hard edge only on the border of the UV shell. I guess I was not talking about this enough. Like when you're UVing your mesh, there's a general rule. For example, you should have hard edges only on UV borders. UV shell borders, because if you will have a hard edge within, for example, like over here, like right there, if you'll have a hard edge over here and this part will be one UV shell, after bake you will see a huge artifact right there, right at the place of the hard edge. So whenever you have a hard edge, you need to have this edge a border of UV shell. So this is the general rule. However, you can have cuts on the soft edges. You can have soft edges anywhere you want. So like there are different situations. For example, I'm going to cut the handle at half, for example, and I have this like central seam over here and it's soft edge, and it's completely okay to cut it over here. So but when you have a hard edge, you will have to have a separate UV shell for that. So that's like general rule. So at this point, when I spotted this thing over here, and I just can't edit this mesh for now because I'm still doing this guy over here. What I like to do is just to take a snapshot on my phone. I just turn on the camera and take a photo of the screen of this place. So when I'm done and I send this mesh back into my Maya, I'll just take my phone and scroll through all the errors and fix them all, and then just delete the photo. This is like really prehistoric prehistoric way of solving problem, but it's quite easy, and it can solve your problem. It's not that you could take screenshots from your computer, but you have to save that image or something or whatever. But with your phone, it's really easy. So I'll try to remember this because my phone right now is in use. I'm recording this with my headset from my phone, so I'll have to remember this. So let's go on. Make sure you select proper edges right there. So this is pretty monotone work. I think I'll go through the frame with you guys and then I will speed up the process again because all the rest is going to be pretty much the same. So right there, go back to the second monitor. And there's also like there's always a choice of like a compromise you will have to do, whether you want to place a hard edge or soft edge, because like you could put hard edges everywhere, literally like everywhere, and just cut all of that into like separate UV shell. But the problem is like the best result on the baking you will have only when you have all the soft edges. So, well, I will talk about this during the baking process, and I will talk more about the importance of proper hard edge and soft edge placing. This is like really important. So for now, I'm just like will touch the base of it, not without explaining, but I will explain it later, I promise. So for now, just try to do pretty much the same thing here. So like general rule, you have to find a compromise between less hard edges but good shading, like something like that. So you still have to do a good shading, and it comes much better when you have more hard edges, but with hard edge you will have not perfect result on the baking. So you will have to find this perfect spot between those two, and it comes with experience. So, well, I guess you can see here those guys right here. We have hard edges over there, and I think I want to do those with soft edges. Okay, I'll try to use my phone because try to not make too much noise with it. Sorry guys if I'm going to do some noise. Okay, so I'll take the shot right there. So, right. So I did this because when I'm done, I will set soft edges on these guys. Okay. Let's continue doing this. Right there. Just make sure you're cutting the hard edges. Also, hard edges is a good tool for logical distinguishing between the parts. Well, I have a hell of a hard edges right there, and there's too much of those. I don't want to cut all of those. I mean, like, it looks, yeah, I think I will do soft edges over here and over here. So I'll take a photo of that as well. Okay. So drop it. Okay, let's do this side. Pretty sure this side is going to be symmetrical, but I'll cut it anyways for now. I could save some time by deleting the symmetrical part so that I would not spend time on unwrapping the same parts, but it's too risky for me. I like to keep my mesh like in front of my eyes so that I could see how it looks and all that stuff. So right now I don't want to delete this part. However, I will do this a bit later, but on the packing stage. So, and I will do packing in another software. I use UV layout only for unwrapping. This is kind of weird, yeah, right? Because packing is really like challenging thing if you want to use 100% of your UV space, and UV layout does not do this in a perfect way. Actually, there is no like perfect packer still which can do the packing with proper padding and with overlapping UV islands. This is why I'm going to delete symmetrical elements so that they would be unique. Well, but that's a thing for a later discussion for now. So for now I just do this. Come on. So as you can see, this thing over here, it is soft edges all the way, but I need to cut this part because it's not going to be unwrapped if I don't cut it. If I don't cut, for example, this trigger guard part. So there is a soft edge over here, but it's perfectly fine to cut it right there. Just try to find a spot that is not going to be that visible when the gun is in use. For example, like this part will be barely seen, so it's okay to cut it there, because on the texturing you will have to pay attention to those edges of the UV shell, because sometimes your materials can show some seam over there, and you can see that that is a UV shell border, and the textures are not going from this part to this part like smoothly and supernaturally. So cut this guy over here. Same thing over here. So in terms of time consuming, this process is going to be a bit faster than low poly. It's like a rule, you know, when you do the high poly, it's the longest part, then you do the low poly, which is a bit shorter than the high poly, and unwrapping is even more shorter than anything else. So I guess I'll cut it right there. And I also have hard edges right there. I think I could go with soft edges right there, but I'm not sure. Another good thing to consider is to place your hard edge on actually hard edge of your high poly. So you can go with soft edges right here, but I know just like on the high poly, this edge is distinctive, and like the error of the hard edge between UV shells is going to be hidden with that high poly detail. So it's the perfect like place to place a hard edge. Okay, so drop this, guys. I have a 90 degrees there, so no need to check that part. Drop it. As well. Okay. I'll leave it like this for now. I'm not sure when I'm going to go further with this. So let's go with the internals. Like this. Okay, this looks good. I will cut it in half because I know it's going to be symmetrical. So let's do the same thing with these guys. You can see I'm selecting some other edges accidentally. That's okay. You can always fix that. Right here we have a soft edge, so it's okay to place a cut right there. Just selecting those guys, like any other one. Like this. So the internal parts, though I have geometry for those, but for example like this cutout for the magazine, I'm going to scale it really down on the UV space, because obviously you'll not be able to see this part. So I will leave it on my UV space, but it's going to be scaled really low, and like the texture resolution over there is going to be really poor, and that is okay because we're not going to see that part. So okay, one thing I forgot to mention, and when you have like this loop and it's already detached and you want to cut it in the middle, you cut it right there and hold Shift S like this, and it will cut right there. Let's check this trigger zone right there. How does it look like? We have a hard edge there and there, like this. And we have a hard edge right there going all the way through. All the way through, not this, yeah, this. All the way through here. Okay, this is a tricky place because I'll have to sort out somehow this thing. And I need to think, how is it better to do? What's the best way to do this? I'll try to do it like in this way. Somewhat like this. And like this. And I'll cut it in the middle because it's going to be symmetrical. We have all the soft edges right there. It's all cool to do so. The only thing I will have to make sure that this is going to be properly unwrapped because the form is quite complex. Drop this guy. Same thing here. This one as well. And there. Like this. Okay, we're almost there. Let's go for this guy over here. Drop it. Right there. Okay, let's do this place over here. Do we have a hard edge right there? Yeah, we do. Right there. So far not that much errors were spotted, so that's good. That's actually good. Drop this guy as well. Drop. Okay, I forgot to do this guy. You can see like this long tube over here. I don't need it. I can make a cut over there because I won't be seeing the internals of this thing, so I'll just take a photo of this place because I don't need this. Right there. Okay. Alright, so I guess we're left only with this big shape, so I'll put a seam over here, right there, to make a cut on the top part, and like this, so this will go off. This one as well. So this thing is going to be cut, I guess, like this. Yep. And so for the handle, I am going to symmetry the grip because it is held by hand, and this area is not going to be seen that much, but though this part and this part I want to make unique, so I have to place a cut over here pretty smartly. And to do that, I'll go back to my ZBrush scene and check how the high poly looks like at this place over here. So this thing does not give me that much of information. Okay, let's check the reference. Maybe we can hide the seam with some sort of like, well, not that much. Okay, anyways, it's not too bad, so I'll place the seam right there. Make sure it's same both sides. So we'll do like this and like this, so we have these parts separate. And I guess I'll do the seam right there, just above it, yeah. Just above the cut, the hole over there. So like this and like this. So, okay, we're done with cutting. As you can see, we go to UV. And now I'm going to go through each one of those. So first start, I hold F on each UV island, which flattens it right there, like this. Whenever I have like a square form, I try to place my UV islands perfectly straight. So in this case, you can see that this line is not perfectly vertical. I need to make it perfectly vertical, because when I bake texture and, for example, this thing goes left for 1 pixel, it will look kind of bad on the texture. The texture will be looking much better if you have like this like straight line of pixels right there at the edge of this seam, and it will look flawless. So you can click I on the edge, which will highlight the edge with black border, and it will try to straight out all of those edges. But we have this edge right there. I will deselect it and now hit F again, and it aligns all the straight edges along the horizontal and vertical line, somewhat like this. I hope I explained this correctly. Sorry guys if I'm not doing that too much understandable, but I try my best. So same thing here, like this. So it's like a general rule. Whenever you have like straight lines, I try to keep those straight, even though the others are curved or something. I try to keep these guys straight so that there's like a perfect line of pixels on the bake. Same thing here. This one, I can actually do this. If there's an island completely with polygons, 4-edged polygons without triangles, and so you can hit R and it will make a perfectly straight and correct rectangle like this. And I could do this for this one, but I'm not sure. I think I'll leave it like this, because if I do this for this one, there will be like stretching on the texture and this area, so I'll leave these guys. So whenever I see just like a square polygon, I just hit R. You can see I'm not be able to do the same thing here. I click R and I can't do this because there is a triangle over there. So you can just hit I and do the same thing right here. So this thing, I want to make it like a straight line, and that will be just fine, because even though it's going to be stretched just a bit, whoops, sometimes this program does not understand what I want exactly from it. Nope. Right now I'm holding shift and middle mouse button just to move those vertices. No, I don't like how this thing looks. I'll do Control Z, and I guess I'll unselect this part for now. No, come on guys. And this one as well. Yeah. Now it's making this thing perfectly flat and it distorts. This is a tricky one. I want to make it in a line, you know. The color indication in this program is quite handy as well, because whenever you see red color, it's bad. It means that the texture, the island is really stretched. Come on. Okay, I'll have to do this the long way. So, in order to do this in a straight line, just deselect everything and do it in steps. Like this. So let's add more black edge like this. Now just straight this guy out like this. Let's continue this thing right there. Yeah, now we have this thing perfectly flat. So in order to check this result, you can actually go into 3D and you can see the green, those UV shells highlighted in green, which means they are unwrapped. The gray means that they're not unwrapped. So you can hit T for texture and see how the texture is actually seen. I guess you can click plus and minus to change size of tiling. So this is what I was meaning. You can see right there, there's a bit of a stretch, but the edge of this part will be looking perfect. I can tell you that. You can see like this fine line of pixel right there. So this thing will look good. Let's go back. Just trying to straighten anything that can be straightened. There might be error at this point over here. this place. So I guess I'll keep these guys right like they are and do so. Same thing here. Just keeping the straight ones. Now hitting F. This can be straightened completely, I think. This one too. And let's check it out. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. You see this? Perfectly following the shape of the object. Like there's a tiny bit stretching over here, but it's completely okay. It's going to look really good on bake. Okay. Same thing for the other side. Deselecting unnecessary guys. And stretching those that I need. Also, if you have like UV shells, not curved but straightened, like this one in one line, it saves you UV space. Because more like weird forms you have, the harder those to pack. So it's actually a good thing to do. Okay. Like this. This is just straight. I hit R. This is fine. This one is just a tube. Well, I'm not sure. There's another where you can just hold F and wait until this is going to unwrap. You can also click Shift F in order to let the program straighten and flatten the whole UV shell. So Shift F right there, and it tries to solve this UV shell and just flatten it. Right there. Yeah, by hitting just F, you're kind of relaxing it, but Shift F flattens. Okay, this is a tricky part. Let me think how I want to do this. Let's try this. Like so. Okay. There's a fireman car just behind my windows. If you can hear this, sorry guys. There's a fire station near my house. Okay, I guess it looks fine. Nope, that was... Okay, no, that's good. Just make sure, whatever, this thing is going to be symmetrical, so doesn't matter to be perfectly same. Okay, this can be straightened. Come on, oh, you have triangles. Right there, same. I'm not sure I want to flatten this. Let's check it out. Well, okay, I'll guess these parts over there, I'll keep those like this for now. No, these guys. Like this. That's fine. Okay. So let's straighten this guy over here. Like so. Looking good. Okay, they are not symmetrical. We have a cutout over here. Okay, that's not a problem. So this is too crooked. I want to make it straight, square like this one. So I just do some sort of like this. Let's check it out. How does it look like? It indicates that there's some sort of a problem over there, but I'm not sure. Well, anyway, this part is going to be really not visible, so I don't care how it looks like. It looks fine for me. So this part is pretty important. This is the rear part. So as you can see, I'm not packing anything right now. I'm just unwrapping, making sure every UV island looks good. Double checking all the errors I might have. Okay. This guy here. Straighten this guy over here as well. This can be this. What? Why? Right. Okay. So there's another cool trick for UV layout. If you see this kind of hole, you can select this border with T, yeah, T, hold T and move along the edges of this thing, and when you're done, this highlight will indicate that for the program that it should sustain the form of this cutout. So you can see it makes the form look same as on the model. Right there. So let's straighten those guys out. Like this. Looks nice. So this can be square. Like this. Okay, we're getting closer to an end. Okay, so this is pretty tricky part because it has the really complex shape, though I want to have this thing straight, the top part. So let's try and make it straight and see how it's going to look like. How does the result is going to look like. And you see this thing over here. This is where like this T feature will help. It will go back to this initial form. Boom. Like this. Though it's not helping like 100%, but it solves some of the problem. So I'm not a fan of this area right there. You can also do this trick with this guy. Boom. And I guess this guy as well. Boom. What if I try to average it? Now it returns. Okay, let's do this thing here. See how it's gonna turn out. Well, no, that one was not good. Okay, so let's check this area. Well, looks kinda okay. Let's check if we have any sort of lettering here. Okay, yeah, we have no marks here. No markings, so that's okay. So I guess this will do. This was fine. Same story with this guy. Let's straighten this guy out, not these guys. I'm just holding backspace and just hovering over unnecessary edges. Same thing with T. Right there. Okay. Let's go with this guy right there. And this little fellow right there. This looks fine. For this guy, I guess I would stretch it like so. See how it's gonna look like. Boom. Yeah, I think it's good. Let's do the same guy over here. Rotate it. In order to 90 degrees rotate a UV shell, you just click the slash button, which is above your enter and below backspace. At least I have it there. So this guy over here. Somehow the program is running slow. I have a lag or something, not sure. Come on. Okay. This guy over here. I'm holding T. Right there. This guy can be done like, no, not like this, but I can cut it and I can straighten it like so. Let's check it out. How does it look like? Well, no, I'm not gonna do that. That looks too ugly for me. So I'll just, no, not even this. I'll just do the T trick again. Yeah. Okay. Okay, we're on the finish line. Okay, this place is the same problem, so let's go T with this. And F, yep. Worked perfectly. Just as I wanted it. Oh, man. Yeah. There's another trick. No, not this one. Shift I. Come on. There's gotta be. Okay, I guess there's no other way. So, like this. If I hold backspace, I am deleting all my markings there, so the T mark as well. That's okay. I don't think I'll be able to straight out this part, so I'll keep it like this. That's okay. Whoa. Let's try to make this guy straight. Not the best idea. What if like this? And T for the holes. Let's check it. I don't know. No, I don't like the way it looks. How would I just delete these guys? Yeah, I'll keep it like this. Now, two last pieces. So let's go T with this part over there. And yeah, did wrong. I had to select this thing first. Okay, so let's do it again. Like this. Now backspace this guy all out. I also would like to do this. Just selecting those parts that I want to make straight. Like so, and T over there. Yeah, now it looks good. Same thing with this guy. So let's go I. Okay, now backspace. Right there, and T over here. Okay, so now we're done. Now I just go back all at defaults. It just needed to be at the same place. Okay, so when we're done, I just click send. And what it does, it just sends this mesh back into Maya. It'll take some time. Here it is. And now just to check it, let's go to the editor, and here it is. You can see all is unwrapped. Okay, so delete the history, and now let's do those edits. Turn this into soft edge, and as you can see with this plugin with UV layout, you still maintain the hierarchy and all the stuff is just there, so it kind of really handy tool. Okay, make these guys soft. yeah, the shading looks good. I like the way it looks. And I remember these guys. Let's turn those soft. Yeah, this looks fine, completely fine. So delete the history, and I remember those guys. Let's connect 2 times right there. And if I move an edge right now, it will hurt the UV. It will stretch it. So in order to avoid this, you go double click on the move tool and click preserve UVs. This means that when I move an edge loop, for example, on my shell, it is moving on my mesh and it is moving on my shell as well. So it preserves that thing. Let's just move it far enough. Right there. Okay. And now we're done. Now let's go into face mode and do this. Delete these guys. That's okay. So let me double check my photos on my phone so that I could make sure I did all those. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Those are all the edits I wanted to do. So as you can see, we unwrapped first part, and all the rest are going to be pretty much the same process. So I guess I'll speed up from this point because I showed you how I did this one, the biggest one, and the rest is going to be pretty much the same. So I'll meet you guys after the fully unwrapped, and we'll speed down and I'll do some comments more. Okay. So the whole model is now unwrapped, and I had this one part that I decided to redo because I had multiple cuts over here, though I decided that I want to make this whole UV shell because, as you can see on the reference, there's a lot of things going on, and I want to make sure that this part will be symmetrical, and I will reuse the side of the grip. So for better reuse, I would like to have this part as well, so that this like curved thing would be symmetrical and will be even from both sides. Though I want to leave this part unique because we have some markings here. We do have markings over here as well, but most of the time like the gun is held in hand, so in favor of saving some UV space, I will not do this marking over here. I'll just leave it blank, though I'll do this grippy part, but without letters. Though I want to keep letters over here, and I will leave this part unique. And actually I have no choice because we have this cut over here. So yeah, this part should be unique. Okay, so now when we're done with unwrapping, I want to optimize my UVs before packing. And in order to do that, let's go into UV editor. Let's select all these guys. Select all the shells and click layout. It will reorganize our shells. However, you can see that after unwrapping, we have all our shells differ by scale. In other words, it has different textile density. For those of you who don't know what is a textile density is, it is basically amount of pixels per centimeter in your scene. So the gun has actually some kind of scale in the scene. It has dimensions which are proper, and based on that scale of the object, textile density shows you how much pixels on the texture will be per one unit of your scene. It is by default it's in centimeters in Maya, and so you also have to specify the texture resolution because that's important. And when you have texture your map resolution, you can either click get or set. So if you click get, you will basically have this amount over here. So you select this shell, it is in transform, go to transform, select a shell, for example this one, click get, and you will have 42. This means that like this UV shell have 42 pixels by 1 centimeter. And so the thing is that I want to make this textile density amount even for all of my shells, so that they would have the same average scale. So when you're like working in a project for a big client, on a big project, you will most likely have the textile density standard. As this is like a personal work, so I will just pack all my gun into one UV texture, like UV set. So it's basically going to be 4K, one 4K map. But when you're working on a project, you will most likely have the textile density limit. So based on that, you will have to decide how many UV sets you will have, and you will have to match to textile density standard. So like this is most of the 3D artists who don't work in industry do not know what is a textile density is. So in few words, this is how it works. So let's select all the guys and select all the shells, and for example 40 set. Now we can see the scales of all shells, UV shells has changed. They are now all average. And just for better display, click layout. Now it's packed into 0,1 UV space. Okay, so as for optimizing, what I want to do now is duplicate my group with so that the previous version will be stored. And with this guy, what I'm going to do now is go from each part, and I'm going to delete symmetrical UV shell. So why am I doing this? Because if I delete UV shell, which is going to be reused, it's much easier to pack everything up. Because if you don't delete this one, you will have to match those two guys together on UV texture, on UV space. Right here, for example, we have these two UV shells. And turn off the symmetry. So if I want to keep this and not delete it, I need to perfectly match both of those. I will have to flip it, make sure that each vertex is going to align with according vertex of the another shell, and that's not handy. You know, it's easier to just delete the symmetrical part, and then after I'm done packing, I'll just duplicate it and flip it back. So this is, I mean, like, there are different ways of doing this part of a job, and I saw different artists doing different, they have different methods, but this one is best working for me. So I'm just showing my process. Okay, so right now keep your UV editor open and click shell. Select, go into shell mode. Now it's easier to select those that I don't need. So let's start with this guy. I don't need it. I'm going to flip it afterwards. Same with this one. But before you delete anything, make sure that they are like the same. Okay, so this guy, I don't need it as well. This and this. You might ask a question, why do we need to do the reuse? Why don't we do everything unique? Well, there are like few answers in that. First of all, this is a great practice for meeting some requirements, because when you're working on a project, you will have to do this optimization, because no one is going to let you do everything unique. And this is just a texture space waste, and if you can symmetry something, that's a plus. That means that you will use that space more wisely, and like the overall textile density of your mesh is going to be higher. And the second answer for this is that the least unique space you have to texture, the more time you have for texturing that part. So imagine you have both sides of this frame, and you have to spend double time on texturing one side and another side. While you have only one side of this frame, you can spend the same amount of time only on one side. It will look like much better. You will invest more time in this, and you will make this thing more like quality look, and you will be able to spend more time on it. Though it's going to be symmetrical, you will be see the same result on here, and that's totally okay, because I think it's pretty good, and it's totally fine to reuse something since you can't see this from one angle. So you cannot see the other side when you're looking at the gun, when you look at the gun like this. So you will see like this butterfly effect over here, but that's another thing, and you can mask it really in a really good way. There's nothing like hard to mask that butterfly effect. However, reusing is really useful thing. So I tend to do that a lot on my like personal projects, because it keeps your muscles working in terms of optimization, the mesh, and it gives you a lot of benefits while texturing. So let's go on with our shells. So these guys are also going to be symmetrified. This guy as well. And the more you can reuse, the better, actually. So these guys are going to be reused. And this wall can be reused. So this part over here is quite tricky because we have this cutout over here. So I cannot delete this part and then like flip it over there, because we have this missing part. We will have this missing part over there. However, this part is really rarely seen. I don't think player will be able to see it ever. So I'm going to leave this geometry, though I am going to reduce the size of this UV shell like dramatically, and that'll be better. But for now, we're looking for those guys that we can flip and reuse. So all of these guys, always double check the reference if there are any markings or something. No, it's clean. So these guys as well will be reused. So actually I'm going to reuse this guy as well. So I'll go into edge mode, and I will cut this edge in UV editor, cut and sew, and cut over there. Now select shell, select one size and delete it. Okay. This guy and this guy, are they the same? Yep, the same. Delete, delete. So I guess I'll do the same thing over here. Cut and delete right there. I can't do that with this one because again we have this cutout over there. Okay, this one as well. And I guess that's it. Yeah, no, this one can be reused as well. And now I think that's it. So nothing comes to my mind. Yep, we're good. So as you can see, there's like pretty much a half of the model. So right now I saved a lot of UV space, and that's really good. Okay, so this was the first one. Let's go to the slide and do the same. From this side, it's not that there's not much of those things that I can reuse, but still I can find some. For example, those serrations over there, they are quite the same, right? So along with these guys, so I can delete those, right, like this. Also, this UV shell is symmetrical. Just thinking, is it worth it? Okay, whatever. Let's do this. This one as well. So I could actually do this guy and replace it with this guy, but it's really not significant, so I will not do that. I'm not going to touch this, the main part, because we have this cut over here and we have different markings. Right, and I could cut this part because it's, no, I could not, because we have this cut over here, so it's good. We have markings over there and here, so I'm not going to do that. So I guess I'll do this. I'll select those edges and I'm going to cut those right there, and I'm going to delete those UV shells. Okay, so the interior part is not symmetrical as well. Everything is different. That's okay. So I guess that's pretty much it. Nothing else can be like flipped. I could like cut those guys over there, but there will be a seam over there, so I'm not sure if I want to do this, because there's like a soft transition right there. Okay, so I'll keep it like this. All right, and this guy does not need to be symmetrical. This guy as well. Just going one by one. This guy, well, this one can be flipped, and I'll cut it right there and delete this shell. Yep. Let's go for the next. Okay, so this spring rod over here can be definitely flipped and reused, so I'll cut right there and delete this UV shell. And I think I'm going to do the same thing over here. I'll cut this thing here and delete this UV shell. This is going to be unique, obviously. Okay. Now, who's next? This part is unique, as well as this one. The bullet is going to be unique. The barrel. Usually, if it is a game project or a client work, I would reuse the inside of the barrel. But since we have the rifling on the barrel, I would not do that. I'll keep it like this. Though I might reuse the side of the barrel. Or not. No, I'll keep it like this. I'll keep it like this. So we can delete these guys because we will barely see this in game, in engine, because you can see it's covered with the slide over there, so you can definitely delete this one. I could reuse the chamber, but we have this asymmetrical part over there, so no. I will keep it like this. Well, I guess that's it. Okay, so like this. Who is this? Right. Magazine. You can see this weird seam that I did here. That was made on purpose because I want to reuse the whole side of this magazine, and this is the only part that differs from the other. So, and like the construction of this magazine is quite suitable for this situation, because on the high poly we have this hard edge transition right there and right there, so it's acceptable to place a seam over there. It's not going to be that like visible, and you will be able to hide it, though you are now going to save a lot of UV space. So let's delete one side over there. As for the internals, I will leave it like this. So one thing worth mentioning is this guy over here. You can see that it is unwrapped in a straight line. That's made on purpose, and I was mentioning like quite a bit before. As you can see, these guys are really thin, and there's really not much texture information is left for these guys. So it's really important to have them really straight, so that there will be like a perfect pixel line on the edge of this UV shell, so that on the normal map it will look like perfectly straight, and this line is going to be baked like really good. If it will be curved like this, there will be like this stairs effect of the pixels going onto each other, and the quality will be a bit worse. So same thing for these two guys. They are straight in a line. Okay, so let's go on. This guy's okay. This one, you can see that I prepared those seams over there to reuse both sides. And we do have some markings over here. And if I do that, I will have to get rid of this marking. But I can replace that marking with some sort of a number that can be seen from like both flip sides. Like I can use ones, like 1, 8, 0 symbols, and it will look okay from both sides. So I guess I will delete one side of this. Yeah. So let's delete this one. And let's check if there's anything else we can delete. So right now I figured out that there's like one more trick that I would like to show you. You can see here that this part, this like big UV shell, is actually almost fully covered with the magazine. And actually there's a lot of magazine we have over here that is never going to be seen. That's another actual thing. Let's fix this. Let's select the edges and connect those. And right now, whatever you do, make sure you have your preserve UVs, because if you have this unchecked, whether you move this thing, it's going to mess with your UVs. So let's align this line over here and move it just slightly below the magazine extension, and let's just scale it. I don't like this guy over here, why it's so. Does not want to scale. Okay, I'll do this manually. So like this, then select this fellow, and somehow it's not sliding. Why? Right, now it's sliding. That's weird. Okay, so I can snap it properly. So like this, turn off the edge slide. Snap it to this guy. Yeah, okay. So now let's just delete this part that's never gonna be seen. However, you can see that it takes a lot of UV space over here. What is that? Okay, we have another issue there. So again, let's snap this guy right there, and same along this one right there. And now, yeah, looks better. So now select those shells. Right, not shells. Select the edges first. Cut this UV shell. And now we can delete it. Like this. Okay. So now I was talking about this UV shell. So like there's a lot of space we have which is unused. The trick to solve this problem is to select those faces over there and extrude, Control E, inside just a bit. And we have a problem because extrusion does not work with UV. It messes up the UV. Okay, I guess I had to do this before I unwrapped. Okay, so since we are unwrapped already, I will go and do this thing manually. First of all, select these guys because I want to make this symmetrical. Connect once so that the symmetry could work properly. Now turn on the symmetry and let's just multi-cut this kind of form. As you can see, when we are multi-cutting, it does not mess with the UV. It works 100% fine, like this. Okay. Okay, so now select those edges that we just created, like this. And I think you already guessed what I'm going to do here. And cut this. Now we have this like big UV shell inside, which we do not need because it's fully like hidden. So just delete this one. Now we have just like this small edge part over here that will be baked and will be looking nice. But the rest is not needed. I think I have an Handgun over here. Yep, like this. And yeah. Okay, so same thing with this bottom face over there. I don't need all of it. Just thinking what is the best way of doing this. Okay, let's do pretty much the same thing. So select, connect, and turn on the symmetry. And let's just go through all of those guys, because this thing uses a lot of texture information which is not going to be seen. We don't need that one, so I can only just delete it. Connect these guys and these guys as well. I can weld these guys. All right. Now I can just, even like without cutting shell, I just can select these faces and delete it. It will automatically create a shell. Okay, so now we're looking good. And same thing with this guy over here. It also requires same actions. So let's connect and multi-cut, starting from here to here. Right. Right, I can't do the symmetry because this face is on the both sides of the symmetry. So I have to connect it like this. Now we have two faces on the both sides and it will work. Just connect those guys. And now we can delete like so. So after I'm done baking, I will just move this part as much as possible closely to this upper magazine part so that we will not see this hole in here. Delete this guy, we don't need it. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, now we're looking good. And as for the symmetry, I am not going to do any of that. So the sights. A lot of things can be reused here. Turn off the symmetry right now. Come on. So this part will be reused, this part as well, and that's it. That's fine. So this one as well, same thing here, delete this guy. And this is like really small, doesn't make any difference. Nope. Trigger and safety, grip safety, those guys can have some reuse. So this part, this one, yep, okay. You can also notice that I deleted this inner part of the grip safety because you will never be able to see this. And the last mesh, we have this trigger safety. So same thing here. This can be reused. Okay, so now we're done. We deleted everything we could, and now you can see how much like additional space we have, even considering this guy is off. Still, we have a lot of space, and I'm actually going to save even more, because one thing is like deleting the flipped part. The other thing is when we have those areas of the mesh that is not going to be seen or can be seen really rarely. So for those kind of parts, I'm just going to scale those UV shells down as much as I can, or even delete it. So let's examine this guy and see what can be shrinked, or well, you can see that this thing takes a lot of space for textures, though this is this is like the whole thing that is going to be seen, because the slide goes back and it's going to be even more unseen. So I guess what I'm going to do here, I'm going to leave this geometry, but what I want to do here is to create another UV shell, connect, and move. right before that part. Okay. And now, same thing. Turn on the symmetry, turn on the multicut. And if you hold Control Shift, you can see that multicut will create a straight line. And let's finish it over there. Okay, so now let's cut along this edge we just created. Cut over there. Now I'll be able to maintain this visible part with high texel density, while this thing, though I'm not sure it's going to be seen or not, I can make it really small texel density. So usually when I do this kind of work, I have my UV space over here. Let's move this guy in somewhere there, just to make it sure that we have it in. I tend to drop on the left side those guys that need to be shrinked just a bit, and on the right side those guys that are going to be extremely shrinked. So it doesn't matter how much UV space they take, they should be scaled down as much as possible. Okay, so these guys over here, like, they will not be ever seen. Turn off the symmetry, select, and this one as well. This is going to be barely seen. So I can now move these guys on the right side, because I will know that they are really not important. So let's check out this part over here. Okay, same story. You can see that this part completely not seen, though we have this really much important part, and in order to make this thing look good, I will do pretty much the same thing. So I'll make a cut over here. It's completely okay to have this cut over here, because you will not see this cut when the gun is assembled, though it will help you to sort and optimize your model. Okay, so I move this guy on the right side. Same thing for these guys. Right side. I can actually double check this. If you're like not sure whether you're gonna see this or not, I'll go back to my previous model when I have everything like still assembled, not deleted. I'll go to slide and move it backwards, and now I can see what is actually can be seen or not. It's gonna move with this guy. Yeah, it moves right there. So okay, that part is okay to be on the right side, because it's going to be super dark over there. But the bottom part, you can actually see some parts of that. So okay, let's go back to this guy over here, and let's bring this one not on the right side but on the left side. So it's going to be smaller, but not dramatically smaller. And I forgot to check this interior part. And come on, We can actually see some part of that, but no, that's okay. That's okay. That's fine. So the interior part, those guys, it's okay to have them on the right side. So this shell, okay, let's move to this one. I'll move this guy on the left, because when the slide cycles back, we can still see some of this. And this guy has too much. It's not seen from this side, though we see just a bit of the part right there. Well, okay, I can do this trick over here. I can make a loop over here. So that this visible part would have normal textile density, but that invisible part can be shrinked. Cut it over here, and now move this shell on the right side. Okay, so this guy, let's check it on. Yeah. So this guy can go on right. It's going to be really small. This guy goes on the left, because we will be able to see some part of that. This guy goes on the left, same as this guy goes on the left. Or no, this goes on the right. Okay. So, all right. So I guess this is pretty much it. So you can see how this looks like. So these are the main shells. These guys. So we have to have the scale of those guys perfect. And these guys are going to be almost not seen, so it's not important how small I will do those guys. And these guys can be seen at some point, but there's no need to maintain those with the same textile density as the main guys. So I'll do the same trick for other parts. Okay, so let's go with the slide. This guy has a lot of those. So for example, this bottom part, you will never ever see this one, as well as this, and this. Tons of those guys. No, you might see this one, but not this. So these guys go on the right, along with this one and this one, right, and this one, along with these guys as well. we're barely going to see those. They're on the right side as well. Somehow I picked this one. No, I don't want this. This is important. So what else? This one's quite important. This one, really not sure. No, you can move it on the right. And I think that's it. Okay, those were two main guys. No need for optimization in this one. Who are you? No need. And no need. Okay, little b. No need for this. This one is going to go left. So this one, I'll keep this, as well as this one. The round is going to be okay like this. The barrel. So I'll move chamber to the left. And this thing as well. And actually the interior of barrel as well, though it has rifling. I'll do it slightly smaller anyways. And the bottom part, yeah, these guys, they're going to the right. They're going to be really small. Let's go next. The magazine. This guy goes to right, and those guys are going left. Okay. So the rest are good. And this guy, it's okay. This one as well. Sights. Well, okay, let's continue with, let's finish up this thing. Yeah, this is okay, this is okay. These guys are okay as well. Okay, so we have this shell over there, which can be moved to the left. And we have this big shell over here that is not going to be seen at all. Why I do have this. Cut it over here. And this guy goes to the left. Okay. Or even to the right. Yeah, this guy can move to the right. You will never be able to see it. As well as this one. Okay, and the last one, this guy. Okay, so we sorted those out. And now we can see, if you select all of those guys, we can see how much shells we have that can be shrinked really much, and they will save a lot of UV space. And still we have these guys that can be shrinked at least at some amount. So another thing that I like to do is to increase texel density for certain guys. For example, I have this guy over here, and on high poly I have this like serrations on this one, and this part is going to be straight in your face when you're aiming like this, so as well as this guy. So what I want to do is to increase the texel density of those guys. So I move those up, as well as this one, and not this one, because it has this transition to the other metal part, and I don't want to mess it up. Or no, I'll keep it like this. This is fine. So, but this is like a common thing to increase texel density on those parts that are more visible. When you're working on the project, you can actually decrease the left side texel density while increase the left side, because this is how you look at the gun in the game, so you are not able to see the other side. And I'm not going to do that right now because this is like a portfolio part, so I want to make sure that this gun looks good from any angle. But it is a common thing to do so for video games, and it's actually quite normal. So again, I don't have too much restrictions with this, so I'm not going to go over the top with this optimizing stuff, though I want to keep some optimizing procedures still. Okay, and I noticed this guy. You can see how many polygons we have on this guy because it is right in front of our eyes, and I want to make sure that this thing looks round. So I'll move those guys up. And yeah, that's fine. Okay, so I think we're done with optimizing. And now let's actually have change the texel density. So let's double check on this middle part, guys. So let's select, for example, this one and get 57, 57, 57. All of those are 57. That's good. So let's shrink these guys. No, first of all, I want to shrink these guys. This can be shrinked really bad. So it can be 29, even less. 24. So I shrinked it 2 times, even more than 2 times. I'll keep it like this for now. And as for the left side, I want to go one by one. So this one, I'm going to shrink not that much. It's going to be 40, somewhat like 40. And okay, actually I'm going to do all of those guys 40. So you can just select those guys and type in 40 and set, and you can see those guys are shrinking. So these guys are 24. You can go like this, set 24. This 39. And all of those guys are 57. Okay. Right, and the top guys. Those are 57. Let's make those 70. Set. That's not too much. Let's go 75. Set. Yeah, like this. Okay, so now we have our shells scaled in a certain manner. So we have all of those guys with regular textile density, which is going to be average for all the gun. We have a little bit smaller guys, and we have like really small guys. Those are the guys that we're not going to see. You can see this, those guys are highlighted. You will barely see that. And we have this right in front of our eyes, guys. So I want to make sure that those have some bit more textile density. So now we're ready to pack or to lay out if you want. So there are different, like tons of options for doing that. And Maya actually can lay out pretty not bad, but I found that this software called hold on a second, it's saving. Yeah, this software called Resume UV, this works like this thing does the best packing I've ever seen so far. So what I want to do now is just to select this guy and export it as FBX. Let's go with 1. And before we go back to that program, I want to go to this guy. First of all, return this thing to its place, and this one as well. And if I'll go back and import FBX, the FBX has some issues with naming. So as you can see, we have 2 folders, this one and this, and inside of those folders we have meshes with same names. And when you import an FBX with this kind of same naming thing, it like messes, and it tries to replace those things. So right now what I'm going to do is to select all of these guys, go into modify, search and replace names. So I'm going to replace just for search for low, and I will replace it with low 1. So the names will differ, and check on selected. We have this guys, and apply. You can see low 1. So I'm just making sure that this thing is going to be staying intact, right? Okay, so hide this, unhide this, export 1, and now let's launch this guy. So the tools of this guy is pretty powerful. You can unwrap in this program as well and do quite a bit different stuff. But I just got used to UV layout, and it's really handy as well, and I got used to this. So I still unwrap in UV layout, but you can do this in this program. I only use this one for packing. So in order to load your model, just load UV, go into exp and 1 FBX. We have this little viewport over here, and this is your UV space. So this is like the main tool set for the packing. This is where you set your resolution. This is pretty much the same thing as in Maya for texel density. You can pick and set. And this is the padding. This is like perfect perfect inputs for 2K texture with 8 pixels between each island and 4 pixels between island and the border. And this input is used for mid mapping. So if you have too little space between UV shells, you will have some problems after mid mapping. So the resolution of your texture is going to be downgraded, and you can have some issues between the shells because of really low spacing between those. So again, this is not a problem for this kind of project because this is a portfolio project, but when you're working for the project or for the client, you will have to maintain these things. This is important. Okay, so these are inputs. So quality is quite self-explanatory, so set on gold. Mutations means how many times you want to recalculate the packing. I usually set to 10. 10 is enough. Auto feed means that the program will pack all of your shells, and if this is enabled, it will scale your packing for 0 to 1 UV space. If you uncheck it, it will leave as it is with the current texel density. Also, initial scale keep. This is important, so it's not going to rescale your UV shells. This thing means that you can this thing is not going to rotate your shells. However, I'm not sure about this. I usually set it to this one, and I think it can rotate your UV shells on 90 degrees. You can, right, there's a glitch in this program. You have to select your click here to select the UV shells. Now select all of those, and now you have 90 degrees, which means that your shell can be rotated 90 degrees in order for better packing. Okay, so these are actually pretty standard inputs for packing, and I use as it is. So in order to pack, you just go and click this guy over here. So let's see what's going to be the result. Click pack. You can see the process over here. 0 means it is like on the 0 stage from 10. So you go through first iteration right there, and you can see there's a plenty space left according to the packing process, and according to that UV, and according to that texel density that you already have. Okay, so I guess I will stop it right now, and double check it, and now I will apply auto fit so that it will after it ends, it will just scale all the UV shells to fit the 0, 1 UV space. So let's go. Okay, so we jumped back into the very end of this packing process, and here's going to be the result. Boom. Okay, so the result is pretty not bad. I don't like this area right there, but like generally speaking, this program does a really good job of packing, and it is better than UV layout standard packing for sure, and it saves you a ton of time because some time ago I was packing like half manually, half UV layout, and that took me a lot of time. Now you can do this kind of work and it will be just great. So in order to fix this problem here, I'm going to have this lazy solution and just scale, for example, this shell just sideways just a bit. So anyways, this is a great result. I'm pretty much happy with it. And what is this one? No, so it's the outer barrel. Okay, so let's save this guy back into one. Let's go back into Maya. So I'm going to delete this one and import one. Yep. You can see we have this folder back here and this folder intact because we replaced the names. So and now let's double check the, yep, here it is packed. So let's check the textile density, 72. Okay, that's a lot, even for 2K. So okay, the only thing now left is to duplicate all of those deleted shells back, but like there's one thing worth mentioning. When you import and export mesh like an FBX, you now have your hard and soft edges locked, and as you can see, you cannot edit your hard and soft edges. For example, I just selected hard edge and it did nothing. That's because after import we have locked normals. In order to fix that, you can go into mesh and or mesh display, yeah, mesh display, and unlock normals, but it will destroy your setup of soft and hard edges. So for example, mesh display, unlock, and you can see everything is hard edge. This is bad. For this purpose, there's a this nice script that unlocks your normals, maintaining your current setup of hard and soft edges. So there are like a lot of free scripts, but I will leave in source files this script. This will help you a lot. So what you do, just select the mesh, click unlock, and it's done. Delete history, soften hard edges. Yep, you have it all back. We need this because when I'm going to flip the reused parts, I will have to place at some places soft edge, and this will be impossible if you have locked normals. Alright, so now we can select an edge and place a hard edge, and you can see it it works. Okay, so now I'm going to flip the reused parts. I will show you, for example, on one small part, and then I will speed up because this is pretty much boring part. And we'll go back and do the baking. Okay, so one thing that I left unseen is this bottom part of the back rear sights. And what I did is basically selected the shells, like these shells, and scaled them down and repacked everything. So you could do the same, and it takes not much time. So hold on a second. All right, and this is how it looks like now. All right, and now what I want to do is I'll go on each mesh, and I'll return the missing UV shells that we have. So I'll do example on this frame, and the rest is going to be repeated all the same way, so I'm going to speed up that process. So for the best way to do that, you go into UV editor. Once again, I'll just store it on my second monitor, and go into shell mode and select those shells. No, first of all, you should duplicate this guy. So Control D. Now select the duplicate one and isolate it, and now go into shell mode and select all the UV shells that need to be flipped. Okay, so let's do that. All of these guys are going to be flipped. This one as well. All of these bad boys. This one as well. And this one. And this one. And right, the interior, this guy, those. I might forget something from first try. That's a common thing to happen. That's why I try to delete only from one side, so that it could be easier to spot them later. So I think that's it. So now you just hold Shift and inverse your selection and delete everything that is now selected. Okay. Now just flip this guy. -1 on the X, and here you go. Now let's select both of these guys, and let's check if we have holes or something. Are we clear? Well, it seems to be. Yeah, I think I've done it first try. Yeah, that's good. So now the tricky part is, well, that's not the tricky part. So now select the flipped one, go into UV editor, select all the shells, and move them to the left UV space by 1. Go into transform, move. It is 1 by default, and just hit this left arrow key. So all of your shells are moved here. Why I do this? Well, because when we'll have this mesh all together, and we have these guys on our main UV space 0 to 1, and this UV space is not intact. And basically when you bake something, like the baker will consider only this part for like baking information, though your details will be still displayed on these guys because the texture is tiling. So when it comes to displaying your texture, it will be tiling on each of those UV spaces. However, when you bake, the information will be baked only onto this one. So in this case, you just avoid overlapping information on both of these shells. So if you had all of these guys back here, they will interact with each other and overlap, and the baker would not know which one to use, and like it can be messed up and a lot of artifacts can appear. So the safest and the best way to do this is just moving them to the left. Okay, so now the other thing, as you can see, first of all, those parts are different objects. What I want to do now is just remember the name of this guy. It's H01 low. Select it first, then select the flipped guy after my myosine is out of saving. Now combine those. Alt-Shift-D to delete the history, and move it back to your folder. Move it all the way up. Okay, so now it's one mesh. As you can see, the flipped guys turned red. It is an indication of that they are flipped. And now one thing left, that as you can see, this seam, it's because it hard-edged and those parts are still separate parts. We need to select all the vertices and merge them together like this, so that all the overlapping vertices will be merged. And now what we need to do is something strange appeared here. As you can see, we don't have hard edges right there, but they appeared there. Okay, I guess I can just fix that. Yeah. So now the last part that should be done is hard and soft edges. So obviously right there should be a soft edge. That's another reason why I am not baking and then flipping parts, because when you bake, this edge is going to be stored as a hard edge, and when you bake and then flip those guys, there will be a necessity for this hard edge. But if you flip it, move back on the mesh and just move it out of your UV space, you can still go with soft edge and it will be working nice and smooth. So as you can see, the shading is good over here. You can see that there are hard edges over there, though they are not should be hard. So just do those soft edges and just examine the whole model for those kind of things with soft edges, because it's really important. Same thing here, soft edges there, soft edges right there as well. Boom. Okay, so same thing goes here. For better understanding, it's better to close the UV editor so that we could see actually the hard edges like this. Just compare two sides. Right there should be soft edge, and Something's really weird happened right there. I don't know why there's so much hard edges. This is weird. Select all of those guys. Soft edge. Okay. Soft edges here as well. And here. Try to pay as much as possible of attention. Right, something happened in here. This is quite weird, but nothing too crazy. Okay. So I probably missed something, but that will go away after my next cleanup iteration, while I'm going to do bake. So something is wrong here. No, it looks the same. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess it is done. So now this mesh, pay attention to your hierarchy so that when you complete it with all your flipped manipulations and you combine those together, make sure that this mesh still have its name according to the high poly, so that it will work with the baking. And when you're done, you can see that your model is nice and smooth. All the hard and soft edges are done. And go back to your UV editor and just make sure that all the red guys are off your main 0 to 1 UV space. So as you can see, none of those are here, and that is a completed mesh. So this guy is now ready for baking, 100% ready. So now I'm going to speed up and do pretty much the same process for all the rest of the meshes, and we'll be back when I'm done. Okay, so let's go on. Okay, so this is how the final model looks like, and if we go into UV editor, you can see that all the red guys are on the left and all the blue guys on the right, and everything that is unique and not flipped should be in like 0, 1 UV space, and all the flip guys should be on the left. And just a couple comments here. While I was flipping this shell, like this long one, it appeared that topology was not the same on those two guys because I had like two edges over here, and now they are here as well. So what I did, I deleted that flipped one, and then just added some edges like this one that will be perfectly aligned with this one on this side, and same for this guy. Those are the same. So, and they are on the same coordinates along the y-axis and z-axis. So when I created those two extra edges, when you flip this guy here, it looks it matches those vertices over here. So that was like a small thing that needed a tweak. And another thing on the magazine, turned out that when I flipped this part over here, this shell over here, it turned out that it was not 100% matching this line of edges over here. Those vertices on this UV shell, they were a bit off. They were like moved slightly, so they were not matching 100%, and I'm like 80% sure that this is going to be looking bad after the bake, because the model should be 100% symmetrical, though basically it's not. So how I fixed this, I just moved guys on the border of this UV shell. I snapped them to the flipped mesh. Not the flipped mesh snapped to those guys, but these guys to the flipped mesh, to the flipped UV shell, because it should be like the same with this one. So again, I'm pretty sure that it's going to look bad on the bake, but I'll try to bake it and see how it's going to look like. But pretty sure I'll need to edit that part. Anyways, so aside from that, the gun is ready to test bakes, and next step is going to be baking. So let's go into baking part. Okay, so for the baking, we need to select the high poly mesh. Here it is. Make sure that the naming is correct, and at least we have same amount of meshes as in low poly. So select the high poly folder, and let's export it in. For this kind of situation, I tend to create a new folder with clean exp, which is called clean exp, because the exp is just for like random stuff and not the most necessary stuff, and the clean exp is for clean meshes. So make sure it's FBX and call it low. Oh no, high, right. Okay, give it some time to load it. Has a couple million of polygons. It takes some time. Then I'm going to export the low poly mesh, but the trick is that I'm going to bake the triangulated low poly mesh. But for now, as I'm going to do the test bakes, right now I'm going to use the polygon mesh, not triangulated, because if there's gonna be an error or a mistake or something, and it will be there, it will be much easier to clean it or to fix it without triangulation. When we're done and everything is going to be nice and clean and it's going to look great, so then I'm going to switch to triangulated version, and I'll go with it already. So I'll give you some explanation a bit later why I use triangulated version, but for now let's export the low poly mesh. We have high, now let's go to low, right? Okay, so for baking I use Marmoset. 3.5 is okay. So let's change the skybox here to garage, and so let's create a baker. Click here, and I use Quick Loader. This is really cool and easy tool. So you just click load and select your high and low poly mesh. Click open, and it will automatically link each high poly mesh to a low poly mesh based on the name of that mesh. So it's going to be in separate like folders. Right, here we go. So as you can see, here are different, like 20 folders, right? If you open each one, you will see the high poly and low poly, and they're in one folder. Those folders are useful because they don't interact with each other when you bake. Even if you have some intersections between meshes, when they are in different folders, it's not going to be taken into account. So it's really cool and easy stuff. So also it is quite useful to hide all the high polys, so just click this thing. Now we have only low poly, and let's do some quick bake test. So what we need to do actually is just specify where I want to bake it. For this thing I usually create a folder called bakes right here, and just call this XD. Okay, and what I also like to do is to save the scene in the same folder, which I usually call baker, like this. Okay, so I've specified where I want to save my output file. The resolution, let's keep it to 2K for now. Like here, I select only normals for now. I will be baking normals and ambient occlusion in Marmoset only. The rest is going to be done in Substance Painter. So let's do the normals because ambient occlusion takes like a lot of time. So for now, let's do normals and click bake. It will take some time. Right, and since I have you can see here different materials with colors, I will also bake a diffuse map. Okay, so we're baked, and click here to preview your normal map. Here we go. Somehow this guy is a bit glossier than all the rest. That's weird. Do we have a different material on it? Yep. Okay, that's not the best thing to do. So make sure you have your single material, which is low mat. Yep. Now let's re-export the gun. Go into low. The marmoset will automatically reload your mesh since you are replaced the FBX file. This is also a pretty handy feature. So it's really easy to check your progress here, and then it will be automatically updated here. So okay, let's do it again. Bake. And preview. Come on. Okay, now preview. Great. Delete that material, delete that one. Now we have this material. Let's crank up the glossiness just a bit. Okay, so from the first sight, it looks nice. Let's check out this area right here. So this is not the proper way of checking your baking, right? Because you can't check all the things like here. So for like the proper baking check, I crank up the glossiness, and let's go with lighter color and specular as well. Now this looks proper. Okay. So this is not the final stage of my baking. This is just the checking part. Okay, so the best way to check your bake is just to deselect all the folders right here and go one by one, mesh by mesh, and check it from all the angles if they're looking good. So check on any kind of errors, and so this guy looks clean. You can see the edgy, like the edge right there. It's not really important because it's covered with the trigger, so it's good. Let's go next. Have some multiple guys here. So far it looks good. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one. You can center your camera to the specified object. So just click on the object or in the folder and Control F. Your camera will be rotating around that object. Okay, so this is pretty not bad. You can see slide edge over there. That's okay. That's because we have a hard edge right there. That's what I was talking about. When you have a hard edge on your mesh, you will be having that slide edge right there, but it's really not seen from this distance, so that's good. It's not perfect, but it's pretty much suitable. Okay. Have no idea where this pin is, but it looks good. Alright, it's not a pin, it's the front sight part. Don't worry about this part, the holes and the baked in parts for now. Just check for the general errors or something like that. You can actually increase the cage. No, no, this is okay. Still good. That's what I was talking about when you want to place your shells perfectly straight on your map, because you can get this kind of like ladder effect. See that? Because this edge on the UV shell is not perfectly aligned, like in one pixel line, so you get those things. But again, this is 2K, we're going to 4K, and this is like really nitpicking part. when you're not going to see this part this close and that's zoomed in, so still okay, but it's good to analyze how it looks. Okay, same story here, you can see that it's actually too much. That's weird looking. Okay, I'll check that. So that's actually because of really high glossiness. Looks a bit better when it's not that glossy. Okay, so let's go further. This looks okay. This part over here, I was wondering how this thing is going to happen, and it looks pretty good. I'm really satisfied with this result. This looks good. Yep, this looks nice. Okay, I do have some slight edge over there. Let's double check if we have a soft edge. Yep, soft edge. Okay, I'll check on that later. So far it's pretty good. Yeah, this is this problematic part over here. So, and well, this side, of course, it looks good. But this side, yeah, you can see that edge over there. This is bad one. But except for that, yeah, you can see the edge over here. It's too vivid. Yep, too strong. Yeah, I'll have to redo this part. Yeah, the magazine is need to be redone, and I think the problem is in high poly because the high poly is not symmetrical. Okay, let's keep that in mind. So let's go on. The barrel. Yeah, the barrel looks good. Clean enough. The bullet. Good. Okay, I think I should go for a better quality. Let's go 64 samples and 16-bit channel, and this will increase the quality dramatically. So let's go another bake. We're done, and let's recheck. You can see pretty much less issues there. Same thing here. Yeah, you can see this part now looks cleaner, much cleaner. Right, I remember I had this thing on sites. Right there. Yeah, this looks clean and nice. Yeah, that's great. Okay. So the bullets. Something weird going on in here. I'm not sure. I guess that's because of because decimation from ZBrush. Not sure if so or not. Let's try and go 4K. Bake. If it's gonna change anything. Well, still some weird stuff, but again, no one's ever gonna look that close to the round, so it's good. Okay, the firing pin indicator. It's not the firing pin. Okay, As you can see, we have this issue right here. This is not a problem for now. This is okay. There's going to be a like a way to solve this thing. This is all natural for now. This looks good. Still good. This is good. The extractor. Yep, it looks fine. The plate. Yep, it's great. Oops. The mag release buttons. Yep, they're pretty good. Now for the important part. So this is the slide. And let's check it out. Whoops, we have a hard edge there. I don't think it should be there. Do we have the same on the other side? Yep, we do. That's probably a hard edge. And no, it's not. Okay, there can be, oh yeah, it's hard edge. Yeah, it is flipped on both sides, and since I have this on the one side, it's going to be mirrored on the other. So let's do the soft edge right there. And clean history and re-export this guy as low. Yep. Now let's give the program some time to reload it. Hit bake once again. And come on. And we got it. Yeah. See this? That thing's gone. Looks good now. Okay, so let's hide all those guys. We don't need those for now. Okay, this version of Marmoset, it has some cool features in Baker, like multiple texture sets. If you have some of those, this thing is updated. The tools are good, but when you reload your mesh, it will automatically unhide everything. That's kind of annoying sometimes, because in previous versions this was disabled, and whether you update your mesh, it will still keep your hide and unhide icons. So okay, so let's continue our inspection. Just check on it. How does it look like? Yep. So far, so good. Just making sure everything's gonna look like good. Okay. Okay, so this looks okay. Oh no, we have this hard edges right there. Why is that? Though I don't have those here, so I guess, yep, that's a mistake. There should be soft edges. Hit soft edge, clean history, reload. And you can see something changed, but that's only partially because I did not update my normal map. Just click bake again. Now we're looking good. Yep, this looks good. Okay, so there's another way. You can just click L and you will hide all the low poly. But in order to unhide it, just go here. Okay, so I think we're looking good. Looking proper. So when you look like this close to this mesh, it seems like those edges are too soft. But when you look at the gun from this distance, it's actually does not, and it looks good, pretty readable. You can see the transitions between faces, between surfaces, and it looks good. So okay, so the slide is done, and the final part is frame. Let's check on that. Okay. Everything seems to look good. All right. This is okay, as well as this one. We'll never be seeing that part, so it's okay. And yeah, I think it's good. I think it looks good. I don't like this part over here. Right there. Yeah, that's because of the high poly. See that on the high poly? I should keep the I should crank up the amount of polygons on the high poly to avoid this area right there. This should be redone. This is not looking good. Right there. Okay. Okay, so for now I have two issues. The first one is magazine, which is not symmetrical. This should be redone. And not enough amount of polys on the frame part right there. So I'm going to speed up right now and fix those issues. The way to fix that thing is pretty straightforward, so there's nothing to comment on. You will be just seeing that. So let's go jump into that, and I'll see you after that. So, but everything rest is pretty not bad. So let's save the scene for now, and let's go into fixing those problems. Okay, so I had pretty good fight with these guys to make it look good. First of all, with the magazine, so this part was really tricky to get it done right, because, well, what I did, actually, I went to the Boolean scene and exported this initial mesh back into Maya, deleted the half of it and duplicated and mirrored it, and this left side was actually a slightly different. So then I recomputed and applied booleans and remade the high poly mesh right there and send it. I had some issues right there, but it doesn't matter because it's not going to be like affecting low poly because it's too low. Anyways, the high poly now is symmetrical. The other tricky part was to get the low poly, and even when I did the high poly and I took my chance to bake just on the mesh that I had, and it failed because since that part, the initial high poly part was used for the low poly, so this part right here, it was not symmetrical and it had slightly like different offset, and I had to align those vertices perfectly with these. There's a tricky way to do that in Maya. For example, in 3ds Max, whenever you select a vertex, you can see the coordinates, the world coordinates of this vertex. In Maya, somehow you cannot do that, though you can create a locator, this thing, and you can see the coordinates of this locator. Whether it's on like at any place of the scene. So you just snap the locator at any point of your mesh and you will have perfect coordinates of that vertex. And so to do this point perfectly symmetrical, because I cannot delete the part and duplicate it because I have my UV, so I made this locator, placed it on this vertex, have these parameters here, and I copied this thing, the x coordinates, go into this vertex over here and just type into here, but without minus. So basically it has like perfectly symmetrical position. So this is the good way to match those vertices. However, it did not solve the problem because though all of these vertices were perfectly placed and were perfectly symmetrical, there was still a seam on bake, and I'm not sure, but I'm almost sure that that's because the difference between shadings, because as you can see right here we have really a big amount of triangles, while here there is no like any kind of triangles, it's just clean like polygons right there. And because we had triangles, the shading was a bit different here, and it was not matching this side over here. And this shell, which goes right below this edge, it like has the coordinate, it has the normal information based on its shading, and this part was different from this one, and so the transition between two UV shells was different. So what I had to do is just to create this like an extra edge right there so that the transition between two UV shells was the same in terms of shading, and that solved the problem. So I had to add some extra geometry, just a bit, but now like the transition between those UV shells is the same, the shading is the same, the position of the vertices is the same. Now it looks good. And another important part, when you do any kind of movements of your vertices, when you are UV'd, when you have the UVs, make sure you have preserve UVs on, so that whether you move this vertex over here, it will be updated on the UV. So this is how the final low poly of the magazine looks like. And this is the bake. Now, like, this part is pretty much identical to this one. It looks good, no seams, even with this really high reflective material. It looks great. So, and another thing, I had another fight with this part over here, and I think I gave up because I could go with even more resolution for the high poly, but I think I'll leave it like this because, again, this is too reflective material. First of all, in the end, it's not going to be that reflective, and probably this is the closest you will get to seeing this gun. And at this point, it's really hard to spot those issues right there. So I think I'll leave it like this. So again, this is too reflective. It's going to be pretty, like, I guess somewhat like this, and you cannot tell any difference there, any kind of issues there. You cannot see those, even like from this distance. It looks good. So right, and another thing, as you can see here, I've added a couple more edges right there and right there because I thought it was too blocky. Now the silhouette looks better right there with those extra edges. Alright, so now I think this looks really good. This looks exactly how I need it. The bake is clean. And now I think I can triangulate the mesh. I don't need this locator, let's delete it. So let's duplicate this guy again and call it low poly trace. And select all the guys here, mesh, triangulate. Okay, so why should you do triangulation before you bake? Well, the thing is that whether you're using any kind of game engine or like, well, yeah, pretty much any game engine, what the game engine does with your model when you export it, it does triangulation. So you can see your mesh, for example, in Marmoset with polygons, four-sided polygons, though it still triangulates. And there are different algorithms on how that triangulation is done. You have couple like ways to do that. For example, if you have this polygon, you can go with line over here, with the edge over here, or with like this side. And when you have your mesh baked without triangulation, there is still a room for an engine to interpret how this face is going to be triangulated. So the thing is, when you bake without triangulation, you have some information based on, like, for example, this face over here, and it's when you bake, it's triangulated, because every engine triangulates your model. However, if you drop your model, for example, into another engine, for example, you baked it in Marmoset, you drop it to another engine, and that engine can decide that this face is going to be triangulated into different direction. And in this place, there will be an issue. There will be an artifact on normal map. And that's the problem. So I tend to triangulate all my models before baking. I do my tests, like do test bakings, make sure everything looks good, and then I do triangulation. And when I bake the triangulated model, I am sure that it's going to look the same way in any kind of environment. So in any kind of engine, in any kind of like program, in Maya or in Marmoset, whatever, it's going to look good. So if you are going to use this model only for Marmoset, I guess you can go with quads. It's fine. The algorithms between Maya and Marmoset are quite the same, and that triangulation gap will be filled pretty much the same between those two programs. However, I had the experience when you bake on quads, drop it into like game engine, and you see that those like tricky parts, tricky polygons, they are triangulated in different way. And so you have some artifacts over there. So this is why I do this. Now, when I have all meshes triangulated, I just replace it, the low poly mesh, with this triangulated one. And let's go back into Marmoset, and it will actually replace the model, and you will see that we are going to have some artifacts because the triangulation might do different result as it was done after. So let's crank up the glossiness, and right there you can see, right there, and over here as well. That's because the difference in shading. So triangles is the best way to avoid any kind of that stuff going on. The flat surfaces are okay for this, but like this curved, soft shapes, they tend to have problems with that. So when you're sure that your mesh is ready and good, just triangulate it. Okay, so let's go back to Baker, and let's go with ambient occlusion as well, and albedo, which is basically a diffuse map. So let's go into options for ambient occlusion. Let's crank up the ray count, something like this. Do not ignore groups. Uncheck this. Okay. And now there's another trick. For example, if I check this one here. All right. So let me find a good example. No, it's not the best one. Hold on. Right, this one is good. 8. Right there. So you can see this kind of issue right here. So that's because we have a baking mesh. It has a cage. If you click here on low, you can see this yellowish thing. And because the normals are averaged among this face, the baked in detail can go a bit warped. And the best, you have actually the option in Marmoset with the painting. You can go into paint skew and just paint out this area right there. It's going to update. Give it a bit of time. So you basically paint the area where the normals are going to be projected straight. You can see that red marking there. It like straightens the normals of this area, while the green ones go average. Alright, so this is one way, just to paint those areas out. But what I like to do is to bake two versions of normal maps. It's at this current handgun, I think you can go with painting, but when you have a bigger mesh, it's actually easier to bake two versions of your maps. So what I do, you have this checkbox right here, smooth gauge. So I tend to bake first pass with smooth gauge and the second pass without smooth gauge, and then I go into Photoshop and blend those two together with a mask. And that's the best way. You just group in Photoshop all of these guys into one folder, and without smooth gauge into other folder, and just apply a mask to a folder, and it's going to look good. So right now, if I click bake, it will take some time, so I'll go the fast mode right here. And first of all, I need to specify, I will delete this one, I don't need it, and I will call it XD smooth, which means the smooth gauge is on. Save. And okay, yeah, so the options are set. I'll click bake, and then I'll do the same thing with without smooth gauge and call it flat. So, and I'll see you there. Okay. So now after the bake, I've created this new project in Photoshop, and as you can see here, I have my smooth folder and flat folder, and basically just drop all your maps into each folder. And now, as you can see, there's only normal map on smooth is enabled right now. And if I switch on the flat normal, you can see the difference. And what is basically a flat normal? If we go back to Marmosets, so when you enable smooth cage, it means that the program tries to bake the normal map with all the normals from the faces, trying to wrap the object carefully and with smooth transitions. So you have this nice edge baked. But when you turn off smooth cage, so every normal from every face is going to be facing like in a perpendicular way, and so the flat surface is going to be baked perfectly. But when you have this transition between faces, like the UV shells, you will have this ugly hard edge over there. So the flat baking is good when you have these kind of details and they're perfectly portrayed, but you need to preserve that thing. So basically the way out is just a blend between those two. So if I turn off the flat one, I'll show you the example. Right, this is a trigger bolt right there, and you can see that when the baker tries to wrap the mesh with normals, it tries to it basically like bends those normals into direction of the transition between faces. So, and as the result, you can see those baked in details a bit warped. So, but when you turn on the flat one, you can see it's perfectly circle. So what I'm going to do is just to add a black mask onto this folder. Fill it with black for now. And then I'm just going to select the white brush and just paint this area with white so that the edges are going to look good, while this baked in detail is going to be like from the flat bake. So, but before I do that, what I want to do is just to bake a grid. So go back to your mesh with the quads, not triangles. Go into UV. Image, UV snapshot, 4K. Let's set the set the path. Bakes. Call it grid. PNG. Save. Apply. I guess it did it. So now, yeah, we got it. So open it. Shift, drag into your canvas right there. Put it on the very top. And now we have our grid. This will help to navigate through the UV shells. I usually turn the opacity to 30 or something, so it's not that bright. And now what I want to do is just do the paints for the flat normals. So whether I see a baked in detail, I just paint white on the folder mask. This is not necessary. Okay, so the perfect way is go through your Maya scene mesh by mesh, but there's not too much of things, so I guess I can cover all of those just like browsing through the map. Right there. Okay, this one. See how it changes. Okay. Same thing here. This is actually a hole. Should be round. Okay, this is the site. The rare site. Gotta fix this. You can see those like holes warped. Now they look good. So these guys are okay. Nothing changes over here. That's okay. That's good. So let's go on. Already did this one. Another hole over here. Right there. Make sure you don't touch the edge, because you can see it like affects too much this thing, and you will have a seam on the normal map when you apply it. Same story here. Right there as well, like this. So well, I guess that's it. That's pretty much it. Okay, so I usually save this Photoshop scene in the bakes folder, and it's called XD Bakes. Yep. So with this mask over here, it is really easy to switch between ambient occlusion or ID map. The mask works for all. This is really good and handy. So I guess this is pretty much it. Okay, now I will name this one grid and switch it off. Now let's save our XD normals. I usually save it in PNG so that 16-bit information is stored. Mode, you can see this, because the normal map looks much better in 16-bit. Takes it some time because it's 4K, pretty big one. Come on. Okay, so while it saves, the next step is going to be applying texture in Maya and seeing if it's all works here, and doing another small adjustment. So go to this one. I usually duplicate this folder and call it assemble. Right there. And this is going to be the final mesh. I think I'm going to merge all those guys together logically. So there will be a slide, a frame, all the moving parts will be in a separate mesh. And a few adjustments still are needed. Okay, we're saved. So let's go into Material Editor. Go into Low Mat. Go into Bump Normal Mapping. Click here. Select File. Select Tangent Space Normals. Go into here, File, and specify your map, which I just saved. So Eden Bakes, XD Normals, open, give it some time. Okay, and now you have this kind of artifact issue. So in order to fix this, I usually go into here and set it to raw, and here you go. Now it shows correctly. So now you can see the final result with normal maps in Maya. Looking nice. The one last thing I want to adjust is this part over here, because I need to have the cylinder a bit longer to cover this area right there. So let's just do that. And, right there. Can scale it just a bit. Turn off preserve UVs so that it will just stretch your maps right there. And I think I could go even higher, just a bit. Like this. Yep. Okay, yeah, now we look good. Now this thing pops out and this area looks clean. So now let's assemble all of those things together accordingly. So the frame. Let's select all the guys that are going to be with frame and they're not going to be moved. Okay, I need to disassemble this part because the trigger safety, the grip safety and the trigger, they are moving. So I want to detach those. And detach, clean history. Move out of the folder, delete the folder. Now we're talking. Okay, so now select the pins, select the plates, select this thing, right. Okay, same story here because I'm not going to move this guy. So delete this one. And select these. Right there. This one as well. Okay, who else? Well, I guess that's it for now. So combine it. Clear history, delete empty folders, and let's call it XD frame. All right, now I can hide it. So this is going to be a different one. this is going to be a magazine. Right there. Let's combine it. Call it XD mag. Okay. So another thing I want to do here is just to add some more rounds here. So duplicate this round and move it down. Right there. And another one. 3 will be good. Could move it right there. Okay, let's go with the 4th one. Right there. And in. So if I was working for the production or something, for the client, I would delete the bottom part of the round like this. I would delete this, but since I'm not, so I'll just keep it like there. Okay. So now let's combine these guys. These are XD rounds. Okay. So hide this. Got a slide up there. Okay, so let's select the slide. This guy, this guy, this one, this, and this one, and that's it. Combine it. Okay, this one is XD slide. Hide it. Whoops, I forgot the extractor. So combine this guys. Right there. Now hide it. Okay, this one is XD barrel. Hide. So I want to have those two separate. Turn off the symmetry. Right there. So this is mag release left. This is mag release right. Hide. This one is going to be XD lock open. This one is XD grip safe. Hide. This is going to be XD trigger. Right. And this is XD trigger safe. Like this. Now we have proper names, proper groups. Okay. Now this looks proper. And before I go into texturing, I want to create the markings for this gun and just prepare this mesh for texturing process. So what I usually do here is create a temporary duplicate of this thing, move it up, and just break it down. So move it this. Try to explode any piece like this, like that. Okay, general pieces are here. Now go into certain elements like this, like so. Okay. So that every part was separate, so that we could easily have access to any part like that. Right there. Something like this. And another thing I want to do is duplicate this mag and put it in here and just move it right there so that I could have another view on the mag. Okay. And another thing, let's do another duplicate of this and put it back in here. Move it right there, or somewhere like there. And now I want to place all the pieces into lock open position, somewhat like this. So the barrel is actually tilting like so when the gun cycles. Somewhat like this. Okay, so yeah. Now this thing is ready to be exported into Substance Painter. So as you can see, this is how it's going to be looking like when I import this into Substance. So like this is going to be my major reference, and I'll be painting on this. But when I need something to do something cleaner or to fix something, it's much easier to have access to every shape when it's on its own. So, and it's good. It's also good to have this representation of the locked open position of the gun. That's too far. Right there. Okay. Okay, so before we send this mesh into Substance, what you need to do is go to UV editor, select all of these guys, and make sure you have all your shells, UV shells, are on your 0 to 1 UV space, because if you will keep those in here, you will not be able to paint in Substance on this mesh. So go select all the UV shells and move them one unit right, like so. Now we're good. And so now I usually select all of these guys, export selection, clean exp, and I call it for textures or for texturing. Make sure it's FBX, export, done. So when I export it, I just delete this guy. I don't need it anymore. So, okay. Okay, so now let's go into Substance Painter, which I have it right there. And let's create a new scene. Continue. Also, it'll be good to save the ambient occlusion as well. PNG, XD, AO. Yep. So while it's saving, let's create a new scene. Let's select the file. CleanX for texturing. Select 4K. OpenGL because this is a default normal maps in Marmoset and in Maya. And now let's create one last map right there. XD ID map. Yep. Okay, it's saved. Okay, so now let's add these three. Click OK. Right there. So now let's just apply textures, go into texture set settings, select normal map. Here it is. Boom, we got it. Select occlusion map, same, boom. And ID map. Okay. And like one last thing here is environment map. I usually use this one, which is called Tomoko Studio. And it's much more neutral in terms of colors, so it does not distort the color information. Another thing that I like to do is to go into viewer settings. First of all, set quality to medium or high. Okay, and I usually work in PBR spec gloss. And right, field of view. I like to use it like really like portrait lens. 25 degrees. It's much better. Okay. So now as you can see, when I'm going to texture, I have this nice visuals on here of the whole gun, here of the magazine, and here is everything else. Here's the cycling pistol, here's the details and every part, and here it is in assembled stage. So one last thing, well, no need for that for now. So let's save the scene. XD. For this purpose, I usually create new folder called maps and call it XD maps. So one last thing left before we go into textures is markings. Right there, you can see plenty of those here, and on the grip right there. So this is going to be pretty easy. What I'm going to do is just go into my Photoshop file, and I'm going to create this folder. Come on, this folder, we'll call it decals, and create a flat color, black, and a new folder which is going to be white. This will basically create a mask with the markings, and I'll just transfer this final look without the grid with all the white markings into my substance file, and I'll just use it as a height map to extrude those markings. And I think I will create a color map for these grip patterns. I think I will create the pattern inside of substance, but before that I need to create a mask for all of those. So this is going to be a speed up process, and after that I will return and show how to create this kind of grippy pattern. And before we do that, I also have some preparations. So I have this logo here, this logo, and a font that looks quite the same as this marking font. So I'll be using these guys to make the masks. So I did my mask in Photoshop. Basically this is how it looks. If you turn on the grid, this is how it looks on the surface. So I just moved back and forth between Photoshop and Maya, and I have my UV space on my second monitor, and I just select the face that I want, and I see where it is and place the letter or any kind of marking there. So these were made with my font that I found on the internet. This is a logo. This thing was done with pen tool. So basically you just do any kind of shape and then just stroke path, select the tool and you stroke it. So this is how it's done. So now, right, and as you can see I have two folders right here. The one is mask 1, the second one is mask 2. These are for like this like stamped in like space for the marking. So I have this masks saved. Let's go into Substance Painter and let's import those. You can actually just drag them. I have my shelf on the second monitor, and let's just go here and go to bakes. Right here are two masks, just drag them here. Select as texture and import them only to this project. Import. Okay, so let me put this here. Alright, so now let's create a new folder. It's gonna call decals. Create a fill layer, drop it in. And now let's add a black mask, add fill, and let's go with this mask here, just drag it there. Alright, now turn off everything except height and move it slightly, and here we got it. Okay, as you can see, this looks nice but too sharp. This is not a problem to fix. Just checking the position. Okay. Well, I don't really like this part over here, so I guess I'll edit it. So just go to eraser tool, select sharper mask, and just like try to do this. Same as here, and which one is the front part? Okay, so okay, so this thing is even flipped. Okay, so this is the problem area. Some sort of like this. Okay, so let's leave it like this, and let's turn on the clip and mask. Let's resave this. And one more thing. I need to flip this one because it's going to be upside down. Right. As you can see, I've changed this 5 number right there. So if you flip it, it's going to be 2. So it's pretty much symmetrical. And what I need to do here is just rotate it 180 degrees like this. Right, there's no need to, there was no need to flip it because you can read it both sides. Okay, that's good. So let's reload this guy, click reload, and drop it again. Yep, that fixed. Okay, so another thing what I want to do here is to change the sharpness of this thing. So I'll make it a bit deeper, and I'll add the filter, blur, right there, somewhat like this. And let's make it deeper, like this. Okay. Yeah, this looks okay. So now let's duplicate this layer and drop the first mask. Boom. Here we have the letters. The font is not 100% same as on the gun. To tell the truth, I was not aiming at 100% accuracy. You can see, okay, let's turn off the blur. Yeah, now it looks better. You can see this thing is flipped here. Let's change that. Rotate it 180 degrees and move it correctly. Okay. Somehow those letters are like tilting to the left. This is really weird, but, and this one as well, it's tilting to the right. So I guess I can fix this. So let's go to this subcompact and go to edit and skew. Yeah, like this. Let's do the contour, the opposite direction. Let's do this, and this one is tilting right just a bit, or not, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's keep it this way for now, and Springfield Armory should be a bit lower, and right there. Okay, so let's save this thing again. Mask 1. Go back to substance, reload. and change it here. Okay. And this solved the problem. You can see it's much more straight. It's like slight tilt to the left, but no, it's okay. I'll leave it like this. That's fine. So what I need to do now is to fix some things. For example, on the plastic parts, those letters should not go inward. They should go outward. So I'll move the shelf away for now. So let's call this markings plastic, like this, and mask them out. Just add a paint layer above it, and let's fill it black. Come on. Right. Just paint out things that you don't need. These are the things you don't need. Right there. Okay, and now change height to positive value. Right there. Okay, that's good. And I want to add just a bit of blur. Not that much, but just a bit, because it's too sharp. You can manually type 1. Yeah, this looks good. So you can see also this trick over here. It's like 151800, and it's like 008121. So the texture is flipped, though the numbers work on both sides. This is kind of trick. And I guess I want to make these numbers a bit thicker because they're too thin. And there is a way to do that. I can use levels. Yeah, this looks better, but it affects also this one. I don't need that. So again, duplicate it. Markings plastic low. This one's going to be high. So in paint layer, delete, paint out those that you don't need. Right there. So, and this one, turn off levels. No, here. Yeah. Now we're good. You can delete layer levels. You can go levels below the blur. Yeah, you can see this thing makes it thicker. You can add even more levels. Well, it's actually not changing that much, but it's better now. Okay. So, all right, now let's duplicate this guy again and call it markings metal. Delete the paint layer, delete the levels, and blur as well, and add a new paint layer and paint out these markings on the plastic. Now we have these guys. Okay, so these are too deep and they should be on opposite. Okay. What is this? Well, yeah, those are the artifacts after the compression of the texture. Whoa, no, it's actually not. Huh. Okay, what is this? Oh, it's, yeah, like that. Yeah, now we're good. And I want to blur it just a bit. Add filter, blur, because it's too sharp. .8 or even 0.1. Yeah, now we're talking. This looks better. Okay, so this looks much better now. Guess I could make it deeper just a bit. Yeah, I want to change this. This is tilting right too much. Yeah, this one. Edit, skew, and let's go just a bit like this. Hit enter. Let's resave this. Mask 1. And reload it in shelf and redrop it here. Yeah. Well, it's somewhere like in the middle. Compromise. It's not perfect, but it's fine. I don't want to edit every single number out there, so it's good. It's fine. So I guess we're done with all the markings. There's one last thing left, and this is this grippy pattern. So what I'm going to do now is just manually paint in Substance Painter all of those markings, and then redo those in Photoshop based on my mask, but with curves, which is going to be much more precise and nice looking. But for now, I'm going to use my reference. I'm going to go over here so that I would not affect anything else. Hide this. Let's make a new layer. Let's do the red color, black mask, and now let's paint. So since my model is flipped both sides, it will affect both sides. So let's do this rough representation of how it's gonna look like. It's not going to be 100% precise. Just pretending how it's gonna look like based on reference, of course. This goes there. Okay, so this is fine. You can see it's on the both sides. Always check the reference. I'm not going to do this plate. I'm going to leave it blank because this is symmetrical. So, but I'm going to do those grooves. And obviously I'm not going to do that marking saying grip zone. Like this. Okay. Nope. Like so. This looks okay. Okay. So now let's do the front part. So again, I'm not trying perfectly duplicate the original. This is not my purpose. If you want to do so, please do, no problem. This is cool. But I'm not that guy. I don't need that. The purpose of this asset for me is not 100% accuracy and replication, just quality works. So let's continue painting these guys. Okay. And I am kind of missed. Should go further. somewhere there. Okay. Okay, so this is pretty much it. Yeah, that's it for the markings. So what I want to do now is just export this mask I did just now. Control Shift E. And you can select your preset. We have this PBR spec gloss right there and a whole bunch of textures to export. So I'm not going to export ambient occlusion, specular level, scattering, emissive, height map, 4 maps. These are all that I need. So let's reselect it. Yeah, now we have 4 maps, 4K. Let's select the destination folder, maps, export. Okay. Now let's open this one here, which is XD flat albedo. No, right, we're in the base. I need to go to maps, diffuse, and here we go. This is what we need. So Control A, Control C. Let's create a new folder for mask 3, and paste it in. Let's check it out. Yep, pretty much there. And as you can see now, we have this one UV shell, one UV island, which will have all of these things. And this was a good thing to have, like, this UV shell as one piece. So it's much easier to make those shapes here. So right now I'm going to rebuild this pattern here using pen tool and nice curves, and then redrop it back into Substance in the same manner I did with the markings. So let's speed up at this point and see you after that. Okay, so this is the mask for these patterns. What I did was basically in Photoshop, I had this path tool like this, and I just made a stroke path. Come on, here, yeah, stroke path with brush, and basically this is how I did it. I had a couple iterations because it was not fitting perfectly in the center, and I was not able to get perfect result still, so I managed to add just a paint layer that manually painted this thing, and I created another mask, which is this. It covers the islands. So now what I want to do is to create this creepy pattern. So first of all, I'm going to create a folder with black mask, copy this mask, copy mask, and paste into mask here, like that. So now I will hide this layer for now. Now I'll create a fill layer right there, and turn off everything except height. Put it somewhere here. Add black mask, add fill, and I will add procedurals. It is somewhere here. Messy fibers 3, like so. Okay, so now let's play with scale. I know that this is not 100% accurate result with the reference, but still I think it's quite fine. Also, I would like to add some levels to the mask so that I could adjust the borders. You can see right there that I'm doing. Okay, so I want to make those things more prominent. And actually, there are two types of patterns on this gun. This one is more hard one, this is more soft one, but to me, like, without touching the gun, it looks quite the same. So I'm not going to do two separate. Just going to do this one. And for the pattern, I want to add levels and play with it just a bit to see if I can replicate the reference so that I could have those like kind of strokes. Okay, I can duplicate this one and just rotate. Yep, so I have two layers. I created the second one because with levels applied, it has too many gaps. It's not that thick, so I just created another one and rotated it like so. So this looks quite nice, I think. I can actually edit a scale of the second one so that it could look a bit more interesting. Or no. It's 1491. Let's make it 16. Like so. Okay. So I guess it looks quite nice. Yeah, it looks clean, looks good. oh right, I also had to edit this part over here, which is, I can delete this layer now, I don't need it. Yeah, right there. You can see this happens because the UV shell, it is a bit deformed during the process of unwrapping. It's not perfectly replicating the surface from 3D, so you might have some issues right there, or like edgy look or something like that, so the result might be not perfect. So you can actually manually overpaint some parts and they will look much better. Okay, so I think we're done with all the markings. They look nice and clean. So at this point, I have this folder decals. So if I turn it off, you see nothing happens. So what I want to do now is just replace my normal map for the whole gun. And what I'm going to do is just export normal map, hit export. Okay, let's go into Photoshop. Let's hide this folder, create a new one. Let's call it normals with markings. And let's open in maps. Here we go. Here are the same normal maps, but with all the markings we already did. Let's drop it right there. And okay, I can see the difference. PBR spec glass from catch. Okay, so let's do it again. Delete this, 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 this. And for normal maps, I use OpenGL. Just drag it there and select RGB channels, like so. Now let's just, yeah, now let's export again. Right, so what I actually could do, just go to channels, select green channel and invert it, and like turn on all channels now, and if I switch on and off, you can see the difference. It's only appearing now the markings. So, but I showed you both ways. You can just re-export your normal map, or you can just flip your green channel. So, okay, this looks nice. Let's save it in the PNG file, XD normals. Let's give it some time. You can close this one. Okay, it's saved. Now let's save the whole Photoshop file. And in Substance Painter, let's just find the textures. And here it is. Click Reload. And here we have the normal map with the markings. And just let's turn off the decals there and drag this into normal maps. And here we go. Now we have all the markings. It is baked onto normal map. You can actually do some stuff with anchors in Substance. This thing allow you to do some changes on the normal maps, on the normal map, and then all the generators will be affected by them. But me personally, I like the old school way, just bake all the normal details and then you will have the proper result. So another thing I wanted to double check is markings on the metal part of the mag. Oh yeah, we got it right there. Any numbers? Though we don't have it here. Okay, I guess the extended mag does not have this one. Okay, I'll just leave it like this. And right, I forgot one thing left. The holes for the mag, the fake holes right there, and this thing also here. So it's also going to be fake. So okay, so before I go into baking the rest of the maps, I'll do in the in the speed up process the rest for the mag and this hole here, and I will add a logo over here just because I can. And then right before the texturing process, I'll get back to you and bake all the rest of the maps, and I'll have some intro about texturing. So I did the fake holes on the mag, this kind of hole and logo on a magazine. Also, I redid the grip pattern right there. It was too noisy while you look from the far, and I scaled up the pattern just a bit so that it was more look like on the reference and looks a bit better from distance. So before we go into baking textures, baking final textures, and going into doing materials, there are a couple things left to do. First of all, as you can see, we have all kinds of models here, the exploded one, the lock open magazine, but we don't have a comfortable way to look at the bottom part of the gun, because you cannot place sources of light in substance, and you cannot place a light surface beneath the gun. So the solution for that is go into Maya. Let's go and delete this guy over there and re-import the one that is used for substance. Let's apply material. Yeah, so the solution to this is select this guy, for example, center the pivot, duplicate it. Let's move it around there and just rotate it 90 degrees. So now we have a nice access to the bottom part of the gun, and it's quite editable and we can see that. So let's select everything now again and replace this file with FBX. And now we don't need none of that. Delete it and the folders. Let's go back into Substance. And in order to replace your model, go into Edit, Project Configuration, select, and preserve stroke positions on mesh. And here we go. This is quite dangerous operation because something can be broken while you do that, so I highly recommend you not to do this while in the middle of the material texturing. Right now at this point, when we're doing just bakes, it's fine, though I would like also double check if everything is okay. Well, it seems to be fine, but make sure that your model is completely ready for making materials and everything is set. So there's another thing I want to do. Let's go into decals folder. Let's select one of the marking layers, duplicate it, place it on the very top, and delete paint layer, blur, leave only fill. So the thing I want to do is, let me show you on my reference board. This is a texturing reference board. I will come back to it just a bit later, but for now I just want you to show this nice example. So what I want to do now is this little seam on the frame. I could do this on the high poly stage, but it's kind of easier to control it on the baking. So what I want to do now is just to add this seam. The more you see this seam, the lower quality of the gun, like in real life, because this area should be polished and almost not seen if the product is really quality. But it gives like a bit more story to the whole asset if you just add this thing. I tend to do so because it looks better, it gives more story to the to your asset, and just in general this is kind of neat and cool effect, like right there. So in order to do that, I've created this line texture, which is basically 2 pixels wide white mask, and I already dropped it into Substance. So let's create a new material, new layer, disable everything except diffuse, turn it to red, add a black mask, and let's add a fill, UV projection, turn to tree planar projection, which means it's going to project on the model, not on the texture. And let's just try a random procedural, for example this, which is called anisotropic noise, and let's see how does it gonna work. Let's scale, rotation. So, okay, this did not give me too much. Okay, let's go with line, because the procedural texture is horizontal and my created line texture is vertical, but I think I'll be able to fix that. Yeah, so let's rotate it 90 degrees, and let's try to move the projection to find the spot where it's going to show. Yeah, here it is. So let's find this spot. 8, no, that's too much. 7, 7 and 6, still no, just 7, 71, okay, 72, no, 73, okay, 72 and 5, almost there, and 6, no, 72 and 4, almost, so, come on. $72. Shit. Come on. I've lost this. Come on. Okay. Redo. This goes 90. Here this was 72 and 6. Yeah. Let's try 3. Yes, finally. Okay, so this is a proper position for the line. And I want to have this line only on the frame, and I think on this plastic part of the mag. So let's create a folder. Let's add a black mask, and what I want to do is create a mask for this folder that will affect only frame. And this part over here, there's an easy way to do that. Click on here and select a mesh fill. This should be 1. Now just click on the frame on this part and alt click on the mask. You see it colored white everything that I want to fill. Now just add this guy onto the folder, and as you can see, it works only for those meshes. So let's go back in here. So right now it's too thick. I want to do this a bit thinner, and I don't need it over here. So let's add a filter, blur filter, and levels. So if you drop blur before levels, the levels will be much easier to control. So let's make the proper width somewhat like this. Guess is fine, or even thinner. You can crank up the white one to make it more contrast. Yep, like so. And let's add a paint layer, and let's manually overpaint with black those areas that are not needed, like here, because obviously this part of the gun is polished. Right there. It's fine to have it here. Somehow it ends there. That's okay. The main thing to have this thing on the exterior of the frame. Right there. And on the mag, same thing on the mag. I don't need it right there. Like so. Right there. Okay, now this seam looks pretty nice. So now let's turn off the diffuse, turn on the height, and give it a slight groove. Like so. I think we can go even thinner, give it a bit more depth to the groove. And let's go to the levels and make it thinner. Like so. Yeah, there's an issue right there. Let's try and fix this with the okay, so turn off the levels. Okay, that's because of the levels, so let's not make that thin. And let's make it a bit slighter. Not 4, but 2. Yeah, this is much better. Okay. So basically that's it. That was the desired effect. Let's drop it into decals. And now finally we have all the markings. And yeah, we're good. So now what I want to do is just export the normal map, existing normal map. Make sure we have an OpenGL normal map. Export it. Let's go into Photoshop and replace the one we did before. It is in Maps, Normal. Control A, Control C, Control V. Let's see the difference. Okay, we have this line there. Let's delete the previous one. Okay, so now let's replace the normal map. PNG XD normals, save it, replace it, yes. Okay. Now let's go back into Substance, disable this whole folder and reload your normal maps. Go into texture settings and drop your new normals here. And here we go. So now it is like baked in normal map. And the final stage that is left before texturing is baking the rest of the maps. So let's go into bake mesh maps. You can see here are selected those maps that can be baked based on our normal map. So disable normal, ID, and ambient occlusion. Everything else can be checked. make sure it's 4K, and for curvature I use 0.02 value. It's like the best, I think. And just go and bake maps. So I'll give it some time. When it's done, these empty spaces will be filled with textures, and we are ready to go into texturing process and doing materials. So when it comes to texturing, it is like the most important part is gathering reference. A good research work can save you a lot of time and effort and make your life easier. So for now, this is how my texturing reference board looks like. This is the color version that I'm going to create, this khaki-like texture, color, and the black slide. So as you can see, the references are quite different than from the modeling. There are different sources for this. Mainly you can just Google those images with your required gun, but the best place to have good reference are gun auctions, because you can have high resolution pictures from there and the guns will be used. So there are a lot of markings and different interesting things that you can spot and remember to recreate. So these I've saved those 3 auctions. It's like gun auction, Morphe auctions, and Rock Island auctions. These guys are really useful. You can find a lot of cool photos out there. As I'm doing pretty modern gun, it's really hard to find the old and used versions of this handgun. So it's okay to find other types of handguns just similar, like for example Glock. It's same polymer frame and metal slide, though the details can be interesting on both versions of guns. So as you can see here, I have Glock, HK, and different types of guns. So the pictures for texturing are really important to spot some unique like markings and like things that indicate that the gun was in use. I found this really awesome set of pictures of Springfield XD, not compact as I did, but just an XD, and it's really good. So you can see a ton of different details and interesting markings, and the photos are pretty high resolution, and you can see any kind of detail here. And this is a really good set of pictures. Also, I found at the same source this HK, no, it's Smith & Wesson, yeah. Smith & Wesson handgun, also really not bad, interesting details you can see here. Also, I have my own photos that I took while being in the shooting range. So as you can see, a couple guns here. This is really good example, a Gen 1 or 2, I'm not sure, Glock, which is quite old. And here are some pictures. This is really good. So what to look at those references? When I gather all of these pictures, I try to spot something that I really like and I want to recreate. So the process of texturing goes, I create a base material which is quite even on all the surfaces without too much of unique information, and then I go into details. So I have this section right here, and you can see that I've highlighted with red those areas that I like and I would like to recreate. And the bigger picture is the greater the reference and more I should be like gravitating towards this reference. So this is the general look of the slide I want to do, and this is the top look. A ton of different information you can gather here, like this dirt right there, those scratches. This one tells you the general story, like you can see those black marks over there. So it's really important to observe your reference, to spot those tiny things that make difference, and being able to recreate them creates the whole nice picture of your weapon. And so it's really important to do those unique stuff, and those things, they are what makes the difference on your asset and creates a unique story. So I highly recommend not to use someone's artwork as a reference, because you will not get unique results. Doing everything from real life photo references, for me it's much more interesting and rewarding, because you can get something really unique and it's going to look fresh and interesting. So like when you use someone's work as a reference, you try to recreate someone's work, while here you have real life reference and you can do much better with that. So as you can see, I highlighted pretty much every area and every detail that I like, and I should pay a lot of attention to those places. So this, in general, this thing makes life pretty much easier. This is the plastic reference. This one is really good. You can see those light marks. It's okay that we have black polymer reference while aiming towards the green. That's fine. It can be replaced, no problem. So this area looks nice. This, you can see those like oil marks. That's really cool. As well as this one. I have also a couple reference for fiber optic sites and magazine. This one's really good. So this is the reference. Also I have this 9mm cartridge reference. This is the main board for references, and I will try as much as possible to use those 100%. Okay, so another tip for doing textures is to always check those textures not only in Substance. So what I also like to do is to always double check my textures not only in Substance but in the engine or in Marmoset, how the textures are looking. So for these purposes, let's go back into Maya and duplicate this guy and form it in a lock open position right there, like so. Rotate the barrel just a bit, like so. Okay, now let's export this guy's clean exp. Let's call it final. Let's create a scene in Marmoset. So for skylight, I like to use either smashed windows or abandoned. But okay, this is a custom skylight. Okay, let's use the one by default. that we can have is smushed windows. So now import your model, final. Here we go. We have material. And let's select this guy here, duplicate it, turn higher and rotate it. .180 so that there would be no need to rotate your camera like so, and also Control D on the magazine right there, and this one as well. Now we have both sides of the mag. Okay, great. So couple steps before that, also field of view, I like to go 20 degrees or 67 millimeters, make it more orthographic. Also, let's turn the background color. First of all, select color and turn it pretty dark. I like it quite dark. Now let's adjust the material. Normal map, let's go into maps. Select the normal, gloss, albedo for diffuse, specular. Somehow albedo by default is this gray. Go to the white. Okay. You can see the skylight is really dark. That's good because I like to see the result based on the sources of light. So let's add a light here, turn it to omni like this, bring it a bit closer, turn on the brightness just a bit more, Control F on any mesh to rotate the camera around it. Okay, so duplicate it, send to the opposite side. Same for the back, the front, for top, and for bottom. Now this is the way I'll tend to look at the models. Also, let's go into render, enable GI, and shadow resolution to the maximum. Okay, and what I also like to do is just drop my sources of light to sky like this, so that whenever I shift drag the environment, same happens with the sources of light, so that I could change the light sources and see how it looks. Okay. Okay. So now let's go into Substance, turn off decals, create a layer, blank one. Now we have white color, let's export it, Control Shift E, export, and this should be updated in Marmoset. Boom, yeah, we have all white color. Okay, so another thing that I want to do is to create a width for the sources of light so that the shadows were softer. Let's go with 6. No, it's 6. Like so. Here it is. Okay, this is now too bright, obviously, but when we apply some materials, it will be not that bright. Okay, let's save the scene. Let's call it XD view. All right, this is nice preview scene. And now let's go back into Substance and start doing stuff. So first of all, I would like to separate my materials. So let's create a folder and call it plastic. Let's drop a random material into it, change to something bright like this green color, like this, and drop the black mask. And let's start applying the plastic. So double check on your reference, what is plastic, what is not. So basically we have only these two guys, plastic and this one, though they are a different color. And I guess, I'm not sure. This thing, no, I think it's metal. Yeah. So yeah, we have only this, this, and this. These three guys are plastic. So this one and this. It's okay that we covered that thing. It will be changed later. So now we have plastic. Let's now I want to separate the slide from everything else. Slide, I guess slide and barrel. And barrel, they will share the same material. Let's drop this. It'll be reddish color. Okay. So what I want to check is this back area. Well, I guess it's same metal, but I think I will use another material for it. Okay, yeah, let's rename it as metal and select basically all the metal parts. We'll do more separation inside of that folder. So let's go for all of these guys. Okay. And this one. All right. Now, also I want this guy. So in order to do that, add color selection, pick color, and use this thing here. Now it's metal. Okay, so we're adding on top of this manual selection the color. Okay, so a third material is going to be for the round. Add the black mask and select this guy. create a fill layer. Let's call it case. Let's leave. Let's make the basic material for the metal. So diffuse goes to black, and the specular goes to that kind of yellowish color. To represent the case. And let's just duplicate this material and call it bullet. Like so, and change the specular to something like this, and add a black mask, and add color selection, pick color, like so. Yep, this is quite basic color. We will be adding more to like on top of that. And one last thing left here is this fiber optic bright red stuff, front sight. So let's call this material fiber. Drop it here, add black mask, select this guy, and let's figure something out with the fiber optic material. Just basically it's bright red, so let's do with the diffuse like this, and for now just let's leave it like this. Okay. Done. Okay, so let's do some more material separation. Let's go back into plastic and let's do some basic colors. So turn off normal height. Let's call this one base color 1. And let's do the color. So what I just do is hold this and drag onto reference to get the proper color. I want to make it a bit greenish, somewhere there, and a bit more desaturated. Like so. Okay, now let's hold on a second. Let's go back into export options. Right, 16-bit. This should be 16. Okay, you can see those artifacts right there. This is because your normal map is 8-bit, and same story is in Marmoset. Come on. You can see that. In order to fix that, you need to have your normal map in 16-bit. So basically, I need to re-export the normal map. And okay, so I guess I'll do it just a bit later. Let's finish this material adjustment. So duplicate base color 2. Let's add the black mask and select only this guy. I want this guy to be slightly different color. You can click C to browse through your channels. Now you can see this is just a bit different color. I tend to do that a lot. It gives more interest to your asset. Okay, let's duplicate the layer. Base color 3 and black mask, and let's just click on this guy over here. This one's going to be black, like so. Okay. So now let's go into metal and adjust the metal part. So let's go with diffuse on to the black, as we're doing PBR material here, and specular just a bit different and not that glossy. Right there, the specular can be a bit darker, like so, and a bit glossier, yep, like this, and also the plastic. So since this guy's only doing the color, so you can turn off gloss and spec on these, and do the gloss and spec only on the first one. So turn off the glossiness much more. Now you're basically unable to see those artifacts because of the normal map, because the texture is now not that glossy. You can still see it here, but when you add more details, it'll be fine. Okay, so right there. Oh, right, I forgot about the mag. So the magazine, go into metal. This is our basic material. Let's call it background. We can call it base, whatever. Now let's do some separation. Let's have this folder for the mag. Drop a new layer onto it. Add the black mask and select only this guy here. Now this is a chrome-like material, so diffuse to total black, specular much brighter. Turn off normal and height. And the gloss is pretty glossy. Let's keep it like so, or even more. Yeah, you can see those artifacts right there. Okay, this is mag. Now let's go to slide. Same thing here. Select your slide. Turn diffuse to black. Actually do slide and barrel. Like so. And I think I want to do slide and barrel and rare sight. Rare sight. So it's just a mask. Like so. I tend to do the main metal material for biggest parts The small details are going to be on a different folder. So basically all the rest is small metal parts. So let's create a new folder, call it small parts. Yep. Turn everything off, diffuse to black. Okay, so now we have our material definition. Everything somewhere there, how it's need to be done. Let's save it and drop it to Marmoset and see how it's gonna work. Control-Shift-E, turn to 16-bit. It won't do much of difference now, but just store this information right there. Okay, go back to Marmoset. Great. Now we have our materials. Yeah, the shadows look really weird. So in order to fix that, I just sent this thing into groups. I mean, like, I group them in a folder as well as sources of light. And no, sky goes there as well, and just scale this thing to say 3. Okay. Now the shadows should look better. Somehow they don't. Oh, right. That's because, yeah, that's because I had this speedy viewport mode, which turns off every special effect. Okay. Let's go back and set everything to 1. And see how the shadows work. Well, not the best, but it's okay. Okay. Let's keep it this way. So you see those artifacts right there. Let's quickly fix that. Let's go into Photoshop, turn off this guy, see if we are in 16-bit mode. Yeah. Now let's replace this map. Go into, right, bakes, XD normals, yes. Give it some time to save. It's a 4K map. It has to take some time to save. Come on. Okay, we're done. Now let's go back into Substance, go into Textures, and reload, and send this guy back here. And see that everything is now clean, right? So let's go back here and turn on the decals. Yep. And re-export, but in 16-bit mode. And Substance crashed. That's okay. That can happen. Let's run it again. It's a common thing to crash at this point because it takes the most of your random access memory. So let's see if we saved or not. Yep. I did the save. Small parts, okay. So let's just replace the normal map. Let's move the shelf back down here. Come on. Yep. Textures. Reload. Send it back here. Yep, 16-bit looks good. Right now, I guess I would close Maya so that it won't take more memory. And I will close one of those pureref files. Close this one. And that's it, okay. Now let's save the scene again. Turn on decals. And let's re-export it. Yep, it worked. Let's open the XD normals. No, it's in the maps. Right there. Oh no. I guess it saved the wrong normal map format. Yes. Oh, come on. OpenGL. Select again PPR spec gloss. 16-bit PNG. Export. Okay. No, not you. Yep. Now it's good. Drop it here. Delete the previous one. Now let's replace it. PNG. Yep. Give it some time to save. And I wonder if the curvature changed. No, it did not. Okay, actually we can go with this with decals turned on because the curvature map is already baked, so it's okay to go like this. And the marmoset should be looking nice now. Yep. See this? This looks good. Yeah. The light is too wide. Okay. So let's go back into Substance and start building up the base texture material. So I guess this is too greenish. Let's go a bit more into yellow. Same with this guy. Like so. Yep. And let's make it a bit darker. Same as this one. Yep. All right. So now let's add some grainy pattern. So for this purpose, I like to use preset material, which is plastic. Type in plastic, and we have this grainy plastic. Just drag it here. And now let's scale it up. Always double check your reference. Yeah, this looks pretty similar. So now I want to cut off those areas that are not grainy. So in order to do that, let's add a black mask, add a fill, and also turn off gloss, back and diffuse for now. And let's drop our masks that we have. Textures. So first of all, this one. You can see it right there. Let's add an invert filter. Invert right there. So now basically every fill you add, it will just cut off. And let's add another fill with this. Yep. And let's set it to multiply. No overlay. Pass through. Come on. Turn off the invert. Normal. Normal. Multiply. Replace. No. Come on. Screen. Right. Screen is the one I'm looking for. Yep. Okay. Let's add another fill. Same screen. And for these guys. Yep, for this part over there. And for this part over here. Okay. Okay. Let's just play a bit with the sliders of this material. Yeah, normal intensity. Okay. So now let's create some specular variation. No, I meant gloss. Glossiness. Okay, this material is quite limited. Okay, so let's keep it like this for now. Just try a different scale. Like so. All right. So it looks quite noisy right here. So let's check how does it gonna look like in Marmoset. Let's drop it. Okay. All right. No, it's quite good. What is this? And what is this? Okay, this is like this error from Marmoset that happens once in a while. I know the way. How can it be fixed? Okay, make sure you don't have this thing on Substance. No, it looks good in Substance. So somehow Marmoset does not like when the UV shells are matching each other. So to fix this thing, you just drop one tile left, one of those reused UV shells. So I'll do it just a bit later, but for now I'm just checking the grainy texture. How does it look like? Yeah, I guess it looks fine. And the color is pretty nice as well. So let's go on. So let's call it grain. Now let's continue building up our main material. Well, let's call this one color variation. This is basically I do all the time. No, not this. Color. Turn it to overlay. Go a bit darker, like this. Add the black mask and add a fill. Now let's go into procedurals and select noisy spots like this. Right there, but just scale it like so. Let's go into diffuse map and play with the color because that's too much. Let's do it like so. Turn on and off your layer to see the result. Yeah, this looks good. You don't see that much difference on the dark, but there still is. Now this quite subtle, but still visible. This thing creates the difference. Now let's try to do the same with the gloss. And I'm not sure it's gonna work properly. No, yeah, it's too glossy. Okay, duplicate it and call it gloss variation. And right, maybe it can work. Just go into your glossiness channel and set this one to overlay. Now turn on the glossiness and just play with this. Maybe just darker. Turn on and off gloss parameter to see the difference. No, I don't see it. Okay, so this mask is not the best for glossiness. Let's do another one. Gloss variation. Turn everything off except the gloss. Turn to overlay and let's find a better mask. It should be small grain. I have a noise mask, like a flat noise, but that's too small, I guess. Okay, let's use white noise. Drop it there. Obviously that is too much. Right, I forgot you need to go to actually add a black mask, fill, and white noise into fill. Yeah, now. And let's play with the scale. Let's add some levels and give it more contrast. Let's try both high and low value for the gloss. Turn on and off your map to see the result. Let's scale it up just a bit. Oh, come on, like here. 6. Yeah, that's better. Now duplicate it and gloss variation 2. This one going to be bright one. And just change the rotation so that those two masks are not matching up. And turn up not that bright gloss. Okay, so this is our gloss map. It does look interesting now. Let's turn off the grain and see how it looks without a grain. You can see that's too much. Let's add it just a bit. Now turn on the grain. Always double check on your reference. Okay, so right now I'm going to do something more to this reference. So for now this looks fine. What I want to do now is just a slight edge lightening, because it looks too uniform right now. Slight edges, add black mask, add generator, and I usually use, okay, yeah, for these purposes, let's use generic mask editor. Okay. This is already looking interesting enough. This is like a big general color variation. You can play with the strength of the curvature. Curvature opacity, right. So I'm not going to use this layer for bright edge wear or something like that. This is going to be really slight color variation. So turn off the sharp details. Let's add a manual paint layer and just mask out those transitions between UV shells. Same thing here. Use a soft brush. Okay. Now let's go and turn off everything here except diffuse and turn diffuse into overlay. Let's go back into the diffuse channel and bring it up slightly, just a little bit. Okay. It does make a difference, just a slight one, but it is kind of creates the whole, like, the picture. So now let's add some slight dust. I mean, like, these are general things that I like to do, no matter what material is. These are things that I apply mostly to all materials. So let's set up the color for the dust, turn off the glossiness, guess make it a bit brownish like this. Don't touch the specular. So in order to maintain the PBR rules, anything that is plastic, the whole action goes into diffuse and glossiness, and specular is just this generic color, while we have the metal color, and the all of the action goes onto specular and glossiness. Diffuse is just black. This is like a general rule, and that depends on the final finish of the metal. There are different types of finishes, but for this one I think I would go with completely black diffuse. So let's go back to this dust material, add generator, and let's go with dirt, like so. That's too much, dirt level. Let's go back into diffuse and see what it does. Make it slight. I don't want to make this thing stand out too much. Just a bit. Right there. You can see it when I turn on and off. Just creates a good general like view and general perception of this material. Doing really slight differences. Also, I noticed that this part over there is quite glossy. It's much glossier than this material, according to the reference. So let's do that. Go back to base colors and create a new material here and call it groove gloss. Turn off everything except glossiness. And I think I will put it over gloss variations. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, I'll do it like this. So add a black mask, add a fill, and let's use the mask that I have. Come on, where is it? Textures, right. And let's use this one, right. And boom, we have this part much glossier. And I don't want to lose those tiny details completely. So in order to do that, just go into glossiness channel and like turn off it just a bit. So it's still glossier, but we still have those details there. Like so. Yeah, now it looks much more interesting. And I think I also would like to go with these guys as well. So let's go and do another fill and turn it to screen. Use this guy. Boom, like this. Yep. Let's do 80%. Yeah. Yeah, this looks good. This looks much nicer. So I managed to fix the marmoset scene. As you can see, this place is looking nice. It seems that marmoset have problems when two UV shells are reused and they meet each other in the middle. So what you just have to do is select this shell and this one and just drop it one tile to the right or to the left, and the problem will be solved. So, but this might be just only my problem. Okay, so one thing I want to do as well is go to the grain folder and cut off the grain on the seam. But I don't have mask for that. So I guess I'll go to the decals folder and turn on the normal channel, and okay, I guess I have to put it above the grain right there. Yep, let's call it line. Now the normal channel is turned on. Now let's go to the normal channel here and set to normal, and the folder to normal as well. Now you can see this. Now we have the seam masked off. Let's find out. Yep, here it is. What I can actually do is duplicate it again and turn off the height, so I have only normals blocking, which gives me a more this clean result. And I think I would like to make this seam a bit darker. So let's use the same guy here. Go to the diffuse channel and here as well. Set to overlay, same as folder, and turn it darker, but not too much. You can turn on and off the diffuse channel to see any difference. Yeah, now there is a difference. Okay, this looks better. All right, so another thing I want to do is to do those grooves a bit darker color. So let's create a new folder, call it darker grooves. Leave only diffuse, add black mask, add fill, and let's find our mask here, like so. Turn it to overlay and set it a bit darker, like this. And let's add another fill. I want these areas to be the same. Turn them to screen, and thought I used the correct one. No, I need this one. Right. Yep, it's darker. Guess it's kind of too dark. Let's go to the diffuse channel and turn it darker just slightly. That's too much, like this. Turn on and off this thing to see if that makes any difference. Can go a bit darker as well. think I would blur it just a bit because the borders are too sharp. Yeah, that looks better. So okay, so I've added a couple more references here, this and this one. This one taken from the video on forgotten weapons. This is a HKG-11 caseless rifle, caseless shooting rifle. So I really like these parts over here, those glossy scratches and on the edges. So what I like to do is trying to replicate that kind of effect just a bit. So let's create a new layer on top of that. Call it wear edges. So let's turn off everything except normal map and go to the normal map channel and set to normal so that we will cut off the grain texture. And let's turn on glossiness. All right, go to the gloss channel and turn it down just a bit so that we still have this grainy on gloss. All right, and now let's apply a generator. Basically, I always use metal edges and dirt in all kind of cases, or just a custom one. So at this point, let's use a metal edge generator, and you see already this pretty neat and cool effect when the grain is cut off over here as a result of wear. And this part becomes a bit more glossy because it's been weared, and this part, for example, always is always touches something, for example a holster or something, so you just tear it up. So this is pretty cool effect. Let's go into mask, and I actually want to do diffuse so that I could see better. Yeah, and obviously this is too much. Let's go to this. Now you can see why it's so nice to have exploded version, so you can go to the frame and just see the result on the frame. So another cool trick I like to use, for example, if you have this generator applied, I go to and add a paint layer, drop it lower before the generator, and turn the generator to multiply. So now whenever I paint in this paint layer, it will just highlight the generated information, as you can see here, which is really cool. It's much easier to paint your generator information just where you need it, compared to when you apply a generator and then add a paint layer on top of that and then mask out what you don't need. I think this is much easier and more appropriate way. So let's paint those areas that I want to be affected. I'm pretty sure this area is heavily damaged because of the attachments that are added to the gun, and this area is touching the holster all the time, so it have to be weird. Try always to think about the logic so that interior parts are not going to be affected because they're not touching anything in real world, so try to keep in mind that. So this area will be heavily touched, but not this one, right? Hope that makes sense. Right there. I turned on the diffuse map for now just to make this mask more clear so that I could see the result. This one is going to be heavily damaged, as you always drop your mag with this area right there. Also like to turn down the flow so that there was like these really slight transitions. All right. You can see the difference between textile density because the map is the same, but the UV shells here are much bigger and here are much smaller. But that's okay because we don't see this part anymore any that often. So let's double check on both sides. Let's add some here, not here. Right there. Maybe some here. Right. Okay. Okay, this looks nice. Now let's go and turn off the diffuse. And it's kind of cool, but you cannot see it that good. So I guess I'll go to the diffuse map, set it to overlay, turn on it, and let's go into diffuse channel and make it lighter, like this, so that you would actually see some sort of a result. But don't go too far with this because it might be too much. Add just enough on the diffuse so that you could see it, but not that much so that it will be too much, you know. All right, so what else I want to do here is just to play with the generator, see what can I do here, what kind of result I can get. Yeah, the less grunge amount you add, the more soft edges will be. And let's see how it looks with the soft. So somewhere in the middle is best. Like so. So for now I'm doing just the base material. I'm not touching something like super unique or something like that. Just general material. I guess I should paint some more on this area right there, like so, and maybe this, not this. Some there. Guess I can go more at this pin parts. Let's assume that it was disassembled multiple times, so there might be markings on the edge right there. All right. I'm always double checking the reference. So you can see right there, there's a really cool effect right here. It's like a white, thin white level, like layer on top of the plastic, which is scratched, something like that. I think, how can that effect can be achieved? Also, you can see a nice color variation because this area is kind of reddish, this one is kind of black. Same here, this you can see the red part and the gray part. This is nice effect. Okay, let's try and add something like that. Also, a good tip, always add those random light spots or dots, just like that. This is pretty nice. And that thing happens all the time on any kind of surface. So let's go and do that. Create a new layer. Call it random spots light. Turn off everything except diffuse. And turn it to overlay. Make lighter. Add black mask. Fill. And let's search for a proper mask. Dirt. Let's try this one. So here's the mask, and that's too dense. Let's add levels and do something like this. Turn on the diffuse map. This looks kind of not bad, but it's too rare. I want to add more of that, so a good way to do that, just duplicate it and call it 2 and just rotate your mask like so, so you have more of that. Duplicate it again, light 3, and rotate it more. Now you have more of these guys. You can play with levels more. You can play with scale. Yeah, this thing adds like variation and more interesting way of looking. Okay. So I think those are even too bright. Turn down the diffuse a bit more, like so. Okay. Okay, let's add some color variation that I was showing just before. Create a new layer. Leave only diffuse, go to black mask, add generator, metal edge wear. This is going to be another trick. So what I want to do is just mask out the edges. So for example, this kind of result, and then I just invert the whole mask like so. So that you see the masked out edges, and we have only inner parts like so. Can add more or less grunge. Like so. Just play with this mask. Guess somewhere like this. Now let's do the color, the proper color. Let's do some sort of reddish tone for this. That's obviously too much, but it just like the direction I want to go. Orange, reddish, something like that. Now let's just tone down this guy and see, and leave it at the proper amount only when it's slightly seen, like this. Let's go and see the side view right here, if we can see this thing here. It's kind of too light. I want to dark it down. Some sort of like this. That's too much. Like so. And obviously I don't want this thing be everywhere, so I'll do the same trick. Add a paint layer, and at this point there's less places where I want to be for it, so I'll just mask out with the black one on top of it without moving it lower. So I don't want it to be here, that's too obvious. And I guess somewhat like this. Yeah, this looks much better with a clean handle, and I want to clean it here on those areas. And let's cut it here. Right there. You can see that diffuse map now looks much more interesting with this layer. Without it, with it. Doesn't make that much difference, but it creates more interest. And I think that's too much. Okay, let's try and desaturate this, if there'll be any point in that. Just make it darker. Not different by the tone, but just darker, because that reddish is not looking the best. No, darker is not the best. Let's just desaturate it just a bit and make it darker. Can go try a different tone. How about dark brown? well, it looks better on just flat diffuse map, but not with applied material and like with all the maps. So okay, I'm not sure about this. Let's save it and export to Marmoset and see how it's gonna look like there, because right now in Substance the grainy texture looks too noisy. In Viewport I cannot fix that. However, I'm pretty sure it's going to look much better in Marmoset. Export. Okay. Give it some time. Right, the normals are flipped. Okay, whatever, just flip it here. It looks better in Marmoset, I would say. You can see that color variation. Those spots are too much, just for my taste. Or, I don't know, at this distance this looks nice. Going that close up, it's not that good. Okay, so while I'm in Marmoset, what I want to do is just go and adjust my camera settings with post effects. I usually go a bit more contrast, like so, and add some sharpening, but not too much, like this. And I like to add some grain. Yep. But not that much. Grain. Bit vignette. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so color variation looks nice, I guess, but I don't like those spots, they're too bright. Let's fix those. These guys right there. Let's just go to each layer and tone it down. Like this. Yeah, now they are a bit more subtle. Let's export those again and see how does it look. Okay. Yeah, now it looks perfect. You can still see those guys over there, but they're not that bright and they look really good. So one thing I forgot is to add this cool edge effect on the magazine, because this part is going to be heavily used. So let's go back into here, and or even here. Yeah, it's better be this one. Let's go to wear edges, and right, you can see that grain over here. I don't need it on the metal part, so let's just to avoid that, just add a paint layer, make it black, and just cut it off like this with 100% flow. Yep, like so. Now let's go back to where edges, make softer, and let's do this. Because this part of the magazine is going to be heavily damaged. So let's go into the mask, or not the mask, better channel to see the result, I would say so. And I think it's obviously not enough. I need more of this effect right here, so I'll create another layer, call it where edges mag, and delete the paint layer, add a new one right there, and let's crank up the wear level on this thing and do the painting over here like so. Alright, and now let's adjust the mask. So let's decrease the grunge amount. What I want to achieve is just this thick edge, but with not that much of a grunge. You can just scale it up. No, this is scaled down to like so. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, let's check out on the material. Whoa, that's too much. Let's crank it down. Yeah. This looks better, and let's turn diffuse up so that there will be a visible difference. Not that much, but enough. So let's see this thing here. Yeah, this looks better now. Much more interesting. And I think I want to continue this part right there, because obviously this part is going to be used heavily as well. So I want this to be wary as well. And let's try to do the same for the edges on the grip there, but not the grooves inside. Mask those out like so. Let's do the same on the front. I'm doing this by clicking, then shift, hold, and click again, and it will make a line. Like so. Yeah, this looks better. Okay, so we are getting there. What I want to do now is just to try to add this like white tint, or how to call it. These are different models of guns, so I'm just thinking which way is the better. Well, I think I want to turn down the grain. It's too much right now for my taste. Let's tone it down. Normal intensity 58. Nope. Yeah, this weighs. $23. Not sure if it's better or not. There's too much wear over here, so let's go and fix that. Slight edges, no, wear edges. Yes, this one. So let's add a paint layer and turn it black and turn down the flow really much. And just go slightly with this. Yeah, like so. Let's see the mask. Just tones it down to a gray color. Now let's do the edges. Turn the flow to the maximum. Right, select the paint layer before that. Right, no. Select the razor tool because we want to annihilate what I did here. Then go to black again. Yeah, this is really delicate, like, process. You do not want to make it look generic or generated or something, so it should be looking unique. Okay, so the color variation here looks nice. Let's go and try to add some dirt, like here. Thick, like kind of dusty dirt. So let's create a new layer. Call it dirt. Turn off everything except diffuse and gloss. Make it darkish gray, brown. And turn down the glossiness. It's kind of red. Yeah, brown. Like so. Add black mask. Add generator, dirt. And let's go to the mask editor. And now let's play with the mask. Let's turn on the dirt contrast. Obviously this is not the final result, but I like to have this that dark so that I could see actually what is going on. Find the reference better. Obviously I want to go something like this. You see that part over there or over there. So turn down the contrast. Turn the crunch amount. Somehow it does not do what I would like to have. This is tricky to get the proper result right here. Let's try and add some levels on top of that. Yeah, now it starts to look a bit better. Okay, let's start from the start because I don't like it. Okay, let's go with this one. Let's call it dirt markings because it's not going to be used everywhere. Add a paint layer on the bottom. Let's turn the diffuse over. No, can't get it right. See, right, turn the overlay. And desaturate. Oh, this looks ugly. Now turn this to multiply and paint on this area as well as this one. and those grooves as well. Like so, and on the front part as well. Now let's turn on and off this part and see if it makes any difference. Well, it actually does. Not that much as I wanted, but it does something. Right there. Okay. So it's kind of okay here and here, but it's too much over there. So I'll add a paint layer, turn it black, and turn the flow to lower, and just do this. So that it's still there, but not that much, because it's too strong. Also, let's go to the eraser tool and just try to find that perfect spot between too much and not that strong. Like so. Yeah, I guess that looks better. There's also a thing I want to do with these guys here. So let's create a folder called grip darkening. Add a black mask, add a fill, and let's use this texture right there. Now let's add a layer. See, it works only for these guys. And let's add a black mask, add a generator, dirt. What I want to do is just make those parts on the back not glossy. All right, so turn on the edge masking to the top. Well, actually, yeah, I want to change the generator. Let's do a custom generator. And turn on the curvature to the max. Invert it. Like so. Now let's play with those sliders here. Come on. Or I could go to cavities. Yeah, this is what I wanted. Yes, exactly. Add levels. Yeah, I want those top guys to stand out a bit more. Yeah, like this. Now let's go and turn off everything except diffuse and gloss. Diffuse, go to overlay, same for the folder. And this is going to be dark, at least darker, and not glossy. Now let's see, let's turn on and off. How about without diffuse? Let's go in general, global balance, turn on a bit more, and go to glossiness. Okay, let's turn glossiness to overlay as well. Yeah. Let's keep it like so for now. No, without diffuse. I don't want diffuse. So I think I want to add some more gloss variation. Let's find this. Who is this guy? Oh, it's a color variation. Yeah. Gloss variation. Here it is. And let's add some, pretty much the same thing, but with bigger pattern. So let's go to procedurals and add some sort of like this one. And let's see. Right, the mask is too big. Scale it. Turn off levels. Right. Yes, that's good. This is nice. Creates this nice irregularity on the gloss map. You can see when you turn on and off. Does a good job. Okay, so let's save. So let's create a bit more glossy like areas. Let's call it more gloss. Save only the gloss channel, like so. Add a black mask. Go into paint, and for these purposes I like to use the Cement 1 brush. Turn down position jitter and size jitter, like so, and just add a paint layer, and let's paint that more glossy area. So obviously when you grab the gun, this part is going to be a bit glossier. For example, like here, you rub this too much, so it turns a bit more glossy. Let's go into gloss channel and see the result. Yep. Here as well. And I guess somewhere there. Now let's check it out. Does it make any difference? Kinda does. Let's try to do this with overlay, so that we're not going to lose anything underneath that. Yeah, that's better. So this material starts to looking better. Let's double check the reference. So another thing that I like to add on top of everything is just those random bumps and scratches, but really small. Let's call it random bumps, and leave the diffuse only. Add a black mask, add fill, go to procedurals, and there is this nice mask we have for that, which is grunge scratches. Let's try this one. Now I would like to play with it. Now let's just play with the parameters of this texture. Scratch width, dust to 0. Alt click on the mask just to see it. Double scratch off. Scratch spots on. Scratch length. Yeah. So this is how it should look like. Yep. You can always add some levels just to make this thing stronger. All right, now let's add some scale, like so, and add more levels so that you could actually see what you did here, like so. and turn on diffuse to overlay. Yes, and turn on height. Make it like those tiny scratches and damage. Like this. Let's play a bit more with these parameters so that this could actually be seen, because it was masked out too much. Yeah, something like this. Okay, so let's duplicate this layer and rotate the mask so that there were more of these guys. Add a paint layer and just erase those guys from unnecessary places, like so. Yeah, you can see those tiny details there too, which look pretty not bad. So what I want to do now is just do some more of these guys, but larger at scale. So you know, like this, but not that bright on the diffuse. Somewhat like this. Same for these guys, too bright on diffuse. Yep. So now you can see that random bumps, they gives more interest. And what I actually want to do is just to add more contrast to this layer. I mean, this color variation, let's do it just a tiny bit darker so that you could actually add more scene of this. Oh, come on. Somewhere there. Let's save this guy and see in the marmoset's head. yeah, this looks good. You can see those tiny scratches, and there you cannot see those like from big distance, but close up it creates that like a bit wary look, so it does a good job. So what I want to do now is just create another color variation like this one, but just a bit different, and apply it to the bottom part of the gun. Well, this actually looks really not bad on this part right there. It's a bit too much on here, but this looks good. Okay, I will keep this guy and just mask out the unnecessary parts where it's too much. Here. But it looks kind of cool on here. And I guess I kind of like this color tone right there on the magazine. I'm thinking, I guess I should do the whole gun with this color. Okay, so let's redo this dirt markings because this looks lame. So at black mask, I'll just use a custom mask, and let's go to gloss, make sure it's everywhere lit. Okay, so I want to go with 100% curvature, go with cavities. All right, let's go into diffuse channel. Yeah, see, this works much better. Turn off all of these guys, just leave soft and fine. I guess like this. Yeah, this looks much better. And on top of that, I want to add a texture, and let's turn it on, texture opacity, and drop into texture some kind of grunge. So let's pick any type. Let's do this. Okay, let's turn on the mask to see the result. Let's go to the texture options, turn on the contrast, scale it up, scale it down. Yeah, something like that. Let's go with the levels. Not that far. Okay, no need for levels. Let's turn global balance. Okay. I don't like the texture. I guess that's the problem. Let's replace the texture with this guy. Or, you know, I think I can use something noisy like this. I think that would be better, yeah. The mask, at least the mask looks nice. Looks better at least. Okay. Sort of like this. And actually I want something just around the letters, but not the background. And turn off the texture by half, like this. Yeah, this is what I was searching for. I think I can go in the levels. Mask out that part. Yeah. Yes, this looks much better. And I think I even going to leave the rest. Not going to mask out the whole thing. It's quite nice. Yeah. Okay, so now I think I want to do something like this. You see this dirty area right there in the cavities. So let's do some sort of like this, but much stronger in certain areas. Yeah, this thing does exactly what I wanted. Okay, let's create a new layer, call it dirt, not girt, but dirt. All right, black mask, and generator. Let's do a manual mask. So let's crank up the curvature, set to cavities. And also let's crank up the ambient occlusion, set it to screen, or no, or overlay. Yeah, it does something. Okay, so now let's add a fill and the same level here and set it to subtract like this. You can see it creates this kind of, it cuts off this fill out of the generator. This is what it basically does. And I want to scale it up, make it more noisy. And let's add some levels. Some kind of like that. All right. And let's leave only diffuse. And let's use some kind of custom material. Let's type in dirt. I have those Quixel materials. Let's try something like this. Turn up normals, height, scale it up. Let's go into diffuse and see how it looks. Let's change the color. Let's go with the darker one. I wonder if there will be any difference if I use a standard material. Let's pick random. Okay, let's just delete the material. Turn diffuse to overlay and just crank it down, but not that much. Somewhere there. Turn everything off except diffuse and gloss. Crank down the glossiness. Guess we can go darker with the diffuse. Okay, so this material should be more complex. Let's create a folder for that. Let's call it dirt, and let's copy mask, add black mask, paste into mask right there. This one, just delete this mask and drop it into folder right there. Set diffuse to overlay, like so. And now let's, as you can see here, we have like different types of diffuse material. I mean, like diffuse information. We have brighter, darker, different types. So let's use this guy. Let's duplicate it and add a black mask. No, remove mask. Let's make it some kind of color. For example, this. Now add black mask, add a fill, go to procedurals, and let's add some kind of noise. And let's see if it actually makes any sense. Let's crank up the contrast of this thing. Well, it actually does. Just need to scale it down. Yeah. Yep, this looks much better. Now we have two tones. Let's just adjust this one. Make it not that bright. Kinda more desaturated. Some sort of like that. Okay, and now what I want to do, I don't want this thing be all over the place, so just do this trick again with paint layer. Just add on top of that. Yeah, it works. I want this information be in certain areas, not everywhere, for sure. In the deepest, like, grooves. Turn on the opacity to much lower value. Let's go to this part here. Let's add some of this stuff here. There's definitely going to be this kind of thing right there. Over here as well. This should be there for sure. Okay. Guess it might be somewhere there, but not that much, just a bit. Or no. How about we add it here? Not that much. There's one thing left that is missing. Let's duplicate this guy here, call it dirt markings stronger. And crank it up a bit. And turn off the texture. Like so. Or even more. Yeah. Okay, so as for this one, I don't want this one to be all over the place as well. So let's do this trick with multiply. Right. Kind of be there. And all over here. There's definitely some dirt between those cavities, so I want it to be this thing there. Like so. Can bet this is quite a dirty place. And I guess here more. All right. So, okay, now let's go back to the dirt and take it off over here. Not completely, but partially on a low flow level, like so. Yep. It's kind of too grainy for me there, but how about we add some here? No. That's too much. Or is it? Let's just add some of it. Not too much, but just a bit. And put it in random places, not all over the place. Like there. Guess I could add some here. Like so. Right, let's go to the diffuse map and see how is the things going here. Pretty nice. I don't like this part over here, it's too bright, even on a diffuse. So let's go and where is it? Where edges? Yep, this one. Let's turn it down just a bit. Like that. Yep. And let's add some more. Over here. This color variation over there. Oh, it's there. Okay. Okay, so the plastic comes to much better view. So let's check on the reference what else can be done here before we go into unique markings. I guess I could go and do more glossy parts right here. So let's find this thing. Come on, where is it? More gloss. Yeah, that's it. Let's go to brush and add some more gloss over here. Like so. Yep, and here as well. Okay, so one more thing I guess should be done with this dirt mask right there. I think it's kind of too rainy. Whoa. Okay, let's replace it or change the scale. or keep it like this, but let's duplicate this guy, call it dirt sharp, and the guy underneath it is going to be dirt blurred. So with all of this, let's add a blur on top of this guy and see how it's gonna change this stuff. So there's like beneath that there's another layer of blurred dirt, so not that blurry. And let's place levels. It's too blurry. That's a bit too much. So let's crank it down on a diffuse. Still not sure if it's a good idea or not. Kind of look okay on certain places, but it's not looking good on the other. Okay, let's delete this blurred version and just add a paint layer on top of that on a low flow. Just make the transition a bit smoother like this, so it's not going to be that sharp because it's too sharp for me. Like that. Yep. Like so. There's also a thing I want to do with grain. Let's add a diffuse on top of that. And see if it can do any change. Somehow it does not. Okay, let's save it. Okay, I know what still is need to be done. I need a grainy color variation, as you can see it on here. I do aware that is like a result of the bad quality of the picture, so you can see that colors, that's because of the picture, but there's still a ton of different variation over here going on. So the diffuse map is too clean and it's too like too soft. When you turn to the material, you can see that grain, but that grain does not give you any color information, it just goes on the normal. So I want to make it doing some color as well. So in order to do that, I just create a new layer right there. Yep, leave everything except diffuse. I mean, turn off everything except diffuse. And add a black mask. And let's drop a procedural. Like, I need small grain. Really small one. Let's use this guy here. Add a fill. Like so. Yes, and now let's get the scale. Proper scale and levels. Yeah. Something like this. Now turn diffuse to overlay and drop this like this. Now it does a bit better. Now you see this variation on diffuse. And let's see if it does what I need. How about we do it lighter? Yeah, I guess it works when it's lighter. Yeah, that's much better. The color is not that monotone now. It gives you more variation. So the plastic is quite tricky material because it looks the same all the way. It's pretty like stable, you know, and same everywhere. But still you have to figure something out to make it look more interesting. Whoa, that's too much over here. That's too much. Let's find this layer. Yeah, it's there. And crunch that down for a bit. Again. Yep, like this. Okay, let's save it and check it out in Marmoset, how it's gonna look like. Let's export it. Okay. So let's see. I really like this transition right there. You can actually see the color difference, but it looks nice. But it's kind of too much at this place. It looks really cool on this color actually, you know, right there. It does not look over the top, though it's much brighter than here. That's because of the color maybe. But I can definitely say it's too much over here. And I guess I don't like the grip. I think it should be shinier. Some sort of. Yeah, you see, this one is a bit used, and this grip, it's actually lighter. However, this is not everywhere. I don't know, let's try do this lighter. So far so good. This looks pretty nice. We're pretty close to end up a base material for the plastic and then go into details. But so far so good. Let's go back to substance and fix this part right there. No, not this one. Come on, where is it? Color, yeah, this is it. So paint it out like so. Yep. Okay, now let's go back to the folder. Not this one, but grip darkening. Nothing happened. Okay. Yeah, it's the glossiness. Okay, let's add a new layer. No, I meant not duplicate, but add a new layer. And somehow it messes up. Does not indicate a thing. Why so? Because the color is on overlay. Yeah. Let's add a black mask generator, standard generator, curvature to 1, select edges. Yeah, exactly, but let's just blur it just for a bit. So that's it's not going to pop that much. It's too contrasty. Yeah, that what I was going to say. I was searching the word for it. Oh, it's already the maximum. Yeah, I think it's better like this. You know what? I think I want to change the base color for this one because this color variation looks much better on this one, and I think I just need this. So base color 2 is this one guy, and what I want to do now, come on, why it's not shown here? Specular diffuse. Yeah. So this is what I'm going to do. pick this color right there. And this guy on the mag is going to be slightly darker, like this. Yeah. Yeah, now the color variation looks better, I think. This color is much better. The previous one had like a tiny bit of greenish. This is one completely yellow, so. And the magazine is just a bit darker. Let's check it out in Marmoset. All right, let's export it. Yeah, I think it's definitely much better. And I think I need to add some dirt over here. I missed this part. Well, as for the base material, this starts to look nice. Nothing too special, just like a plain plastic material, though it's subtle, but it's already quite interesting. All right. So let's go to the mag and add some here. So dirt markings. It's already applied. Dirt markings stronger. This should be here. Right there, yeah. Exactly. Like so. Okay. So, okay, what else we can do here? I think I want to do some kind of a fat gradient like this right here. And I guess a bit more glossy variation. You can see that dark spot over there and this kind of thing. I guess it's because of different gloss. And more gradient towards the edge. So I have this guy over here sideways. Come on, where is it? Right there. It's too flat, though there is a different kind of nice variation actually, but it's not that seen, you know. I want to make it stand out more. I guess it's somewhere. I was creating a material exactly for this guy. Where edges? just mag, yes. Let's turn diffuse even higher to make this thing stand out more. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cool way to compare this to this. This actually looks quite similar. We have the same edge right there. We have color variation, reddish color. And the only thing missing is that we even have those tiny spots right there, like white colored. I think I could increase those, make those a bit stronger and bigger. But what is missing is this glossy spots, like tiny spots right there, right there. I do need those guys. So though it did what it should be done with the black, it did too much on here. I want to add some paint layer and decrease that on the brownish part, like so. Yep. So let's go to the gloss. Yeah, as you can see, there are some differences in gloss, but not that strong, and they are darker. I want to do some brighter ones. So let's go to, there should be this gloss variation I did before. Yeah, this is it. Let's duplicate it. It multiplied. Yeah, it's time to do those, but not darker, but brighter. Yeah, like that. And just rotate so that it's not matching up with the previous one. Now it's too bright, of course. Yeah, now you see those spots popping out because the gloss stands out a bit more. You can turn on and off this thing to see any difference, and there actually is a difference. Let's see if it works with this, the whole gun. I guess it's kind of nice. It's kind of nice, so I think I will keep it. The gloss map is really bright right now. And I don't think I do like these guys over there. They're too much. Let's find this folder. Grip darkening. Nope. Dirt sharp. Yep, this is it. And turn it down just a bit. Like so. This one as well. Right there. Dirt. Guess I want to make this stronger. Yeah, like so. double check the reference again, if we can add something more on top of that. Okay, I think I want to go into details now. Let's add that heavy wear right at this point. So let's go and create a layer and call it heavy wear, and start off with a generator, this kind of generator. Turn it on like really much. Now let's change the scale of grunge to something more good looking, and that's too much, and that's too much as well. Okay, let's try this one right there. Now let's add paint layer, multiply onto it, and let's do only this area, like that. And let's just leave some nice looking mask. Let's go. No, for now, let's just mask out everything that is not needed, like kind of so. I will add some custom stuff on top of that, like this. Now let's add a paint layer and drop some custom alpha action onto it. Let's see how it's gonna look like. So you will find my alphas in a project directory. You can use those. This one is not mine. This is by default one. However, it's kind of not bad looking. Yeah, this looks nice. Though we should be careful because there's a seam right there, and it should look nice from both angles right there. And let's do something more. Let's try out something like this. Now let's do the eraser tool and erase everything that is not there. think I should continue this thing on here, but not too much, just some part of it. Make a nice transition, soft and subtle transition between these guys. Like so. Okay, I keep it white just to make it look more visible, so that I could actually do some kind of change here and see what I'm doing here. Okay, now let's try to do actually some stuff. Turn off the diffuse. I also would like to disable normal maps of the grain. Turn it to normal, like that. It is kind of nice over there, but it's too much over here for me. And normal, let's set it to half of that, or 80%. Yeah. Or we could go to diffuse and crank it down a bit. Or no, let's crank it up again. I like it right there, but there's too much of it right here. So I guess I can do just like this. Yeah. And not that bright. Like this. Yeah, this looks neat. I like it. Subtle and nice. Not that much of like this, but still not bad. So also, I think I want to do something similar to this. And I think it's going to be somewhere here and here, as this area could be scratched or something. I also think that this heavy wear thing could be less glossy. Like that. Yeah, I think this is it. However, the scratches would be more, let's try it more glossy. I'm not sure which one is better. Okay, let's stick to the not glossy one for now. Now let's do glossy scratches. Add a black mask, add a paint, and let's use the alpha. I had one nice with scratchings. Nope. Okay, let's do this one. Go into brush. turn off the position, size, and back face. Go into diffuse. Angle, turn off the angle so that you could manually place this guy. Not sure about this one. Let's try this. Yeah, I think this is the one. Right there, and something like that. Yeah. Okay, now let's just cut everything that is going too far. So now turn on the angle and just clean it up. Leave only those areas that you really need. And I like to use heavy eraser brush. Let's go here and fix it right there. I don't need it right there. I don't need it as well here. Like that. Okay, so as you can see, there's missing on this part. Let's fix that and add some there. Okay, let's see if it's gonna look nice the way it is now. Pretty sure not enough, but okay, let's go crank up the glossiness, turn off the normal, why it's not right, turn on the channel, and bring up diffuse just a bit, overlay just a bit. Yeah, I really like this area right there. There's too much over here. I need to fix that. Yeah. Okay, let's see the whole gun. Hope it's not too much. You can see it goes over this scratch. I think I have to fix that. That's too much. Random bumps. This one. Let's turn it off with the black paint. Brushes. Where's my cement? Come on. Yeah. There. turn it black like this, and here. Okay. One last thing, I want to actually give this a bit height, just a bit. Yeah, like this. Yeah, this looks kind of neat. I really like it. Not too much, but not too little. Let's save it and drop to Marmoset and see how it's gonna look like. Right, and it looks cool. It looks really nice. I think I should do this thing glossy as well to support the idea of those scratches so that everything could look quite logical. Because right now this looks weird. This is not glossy, though this scratch is glossy. Yeah, let's do that. Heavy wear, yep. And I think I should add some more height as well. Really not much, really. 0.05. So that you barely see the difference. Okay, let's export it, see how it looks. Okay. Yeah, I think it looks better. I think it looks better. There is some action going on in here. This is not that dull anymore. This looks cool. The problem areas for me for now are this place over here. It's too boring. This here, and I guess just a bit of this one here. Though the rest is quite nice. And I think it's too much for the gloss. I think I should turn it down a bit on here and here. That's too much. It looks nice in here, but this here is too much. Let's go in substance and go to that gloss variation. Yeah, this one. Gloss variation light, let's call it. Add some paint layer. And yeah, that's it. And turn it down right here. right on the paint layer. Right there, yeah. And here, and here. And a bit of here. Like that. Yeah. And I think I want to go back and return some color variation right here, because now we have a different color. I think it's going to look better. Color variation here. Yeah. Let's go and select an eraser and erase this mask there. And let's keep it like this. Turn on material. Okay, yeah. The gloss variation here now looks better. It gives you that contrast. It goes different ways here, but here it's more flat, so it's not like generically same everywhere. Let's save this thing and send it back to Marmoset and see how it's gonna look like. Right, export it. Okay. Yeah, you see this? That's too much gloss over there. Too generic. Now it disappeared. And Marmoset's starting to freezing. Somehow it happens when you upload your substance. I just go to this mode that turns off every special effect, and it starts to work fast, but also it looks shitty. But if you turn that thing back on, it still freezes. I don't know why. So anyway, the gloss looks better here and here and here as well. And I think I would, no, it's fine. The color variation is also with this color, it looks much better right there. And so let's continue doing some stuff with plastic.